There was a brief look from Sydney Allen, wondering where the runner to the back post was. Demazi had gone centrally, wanting to link up, as opposed to going to apply the finishing touches. That's tidy from McCaffrey. Now to Allen. Again, couldn't quite get it out of her feet. Very quick 1-0 start. They got 2 in next to no time. They've been knocking on the door. Pascoe Vale find a way of reply. Kersey, Vonya, lovely return for Kersey, who had a yards and rippled the side netting. That's a really smoothly worked move. First real bit of bite from Gnomes Langham's teams. That's a good win from Cal. Vonya with room to go and 2 up with her. Tried to slide it invitingly for Kersey. It was well read by Hun in the end. This, of course, was, as we turn to the second time that teams will face one another this season, one which made its name on opening night of the new campaign. Things have already transpired differently in the rounds that have followed. It was 1-0 who beat Pascoe Vale 5-2 on that occasion. It was a game that the Lions hung in for a while. 1-0 simply just went over the top towards its conclusion. Already have made a quick start to proceedings tonight. How they would love to steer themselves with a double in terms of wins over Pascoe Vale at the perfect opportunity. 6 points from 6 would then propel them to, albeit with Fitzroy and Hume to come tonight, 1 point from the top. And it would instate a healthy buffer between themselves and Melbourne Aku, who are the late kick-off this evening. Would also reaffirm a strong start to the season. Allen on for Demazi, who was around Cal. Set for now 2 to have a drive. Svetkopoulos was in the way. Picked off by Vonya, who had room to roam into, had nobody further forward, so recycled through Kersey. Now under pressure from McCaffrey. Kersey wanted to return for Vonya, who ran out of room before being able to find her. Already this season is taking some shape as to what an early title bid could look like. Everybody has had a look at one another. Pace has been set. Fitzroy and Hume are flying at the top of the tree. There's Demazi deftly away from Kersey, on for McCaffrey, and Kersey was in quickly to block. Had to do so, it opened up nicely for Sophie McCaffrey to have a drive. Juong for now 2, who was away from Vonya momentarily. Very patient approach to try and pick their way through Pascoe Vale. Juong, McCaffrey again with Kersey to go at. This time gave it away. Vonya had laid it behind. They just have not been able to get out with any sort of sustained guile so far. Have Pascoe Vale. McCaffrey on this occasion unable to refine now too. They would ill afford for any of the pressure that has been built early to dissipate and offer a way of getting back into this game for Pascoe Vale, who have just started to build a little bit as this half has gone on. They could do something in way of halving the deficit.
Hey Rod, can you give us a time estimation?
It would certainly make life easier for them. There's opportunities opening up. Hun had to get down at the near post. Now I had a look. Will be a Pascoe Vale corner.
Just leave it at 10 and I'll start it when there's 10 to go.
First real patch that they have looked to play with menace. Kersey couldn't quite find Vonya, who had advanced. Attack had petered out at the end. McCaffrey. Juong. Again McCaffrey. If you have just joined us, so first of all, a good evening to you. 1-0 took the lead through Claudia Demazi, and then Karina now 2 went through the lot to make it 2. It was an early flurry where they looked as though they could really get away from Pascoe Vale early doors. The Lions have found a way to hang in there since. Good read from McCaffrey, who is now under pressure from 2 and couldn't get away from Vonya. Juong and was also not to be evaded. McCaffrey, Demazi. Roaming was now 2 and put unfortunately into her own net by Kersey. Dangerous ball in from Demazi, who had the space opened up well. It was awkward for Kersey always. Trying to divert it away from danger. Diverted it, unfortunately, into her own net. Beyond Shahata. For Pascoe Vale, sometimes when it is not going your way, the gods do not look kindly on you. This is an occasion like that. I've got a couple which we've not seen for a little bit in terms of opportunities to come on. I haven't seen Amy Whiting for a little bit of time. Greta Jarrett-Smith has been here and there too. They've got a return from Ariella Bagang as well, who is just getting readied for her first look of the season. Paige Daly between the sticks tonight, though, is something which, for Gnomes Langham and Co, could prove challenging. Shahata's made a couple of tidy saves early. Cow with room, showed a lot to Demazi, who got the final flick and will look to protest a little bit with Ben Howell, who's on our broadcast side. Not a discussion that she will be winning, though Demazi has won it back. Is away from Cow and forced a fine save out of Shahata. Super stop down low. As Demazi was driving. 1-0 have a corner. Now two's take. Juong was deepest. It goes in that direction. Sizing up Cow. Alahiari in retreat. Someone who made the move from Melbourne. Aku for the second half of 2026. Played a lot for QEMU side in the first part of the year. Had a tidy end to the season. Her finds herself in 1-0 colours as swapped evergreen for blue and white. Here is Alakiari under pressure from Kersey, who got a little flick. The ball will trickle out of play as a result. Now 2, lovely ball, Demazi in behind, and definitely finished for a double. Those two at it again. And 1-0 have flown out of the traps. A really well worked move. The space opened up. Demazi is expert at finding it. Finish was tucked away coolly. Has had a good couple of weeks in terms of her outdooring sporting prospects, says Claudia Demazi. And now taking that back to Series Futsal. Her first real opportunity to be involved for the campaign and is making up for lost time. Finished 2025 as 1-0's top scorer in the second season, was crucial in the cup run. Now is back in league action and back firing. Something that for Reed Jacobs and for Costa Frutas when he returns is something they'll be most pleased about. Runs out a perfect start to this game for them. Alahiari looked to take it, ball was rolling. Bagang couldn't quite find Kersey, cleared no further than Vonya. It's a clip for Kersey, who just couldn't quite get it under. Pascoe Vale just not able to land much in the way of opportunity. That's a lovely return from now to Alahiari with space, denied well by Shahata, who made a good stop. Break on for Kersey, had one up with her. Vonya, the late arrival, on the overlap. Kersey twisting, turning, shifting her yards with 2 to go rounds. Cut off by Demazi. Now 2 had her further forward. Squeezed through for Claudia Demazi, who fancies a look beyond Bagang and has got a first half hat-trick. 5 for her for 1-0, and a treble for Damasi on return. And she will now make way for Paige Foer. Her first involvement to the evening. Damasi back at her destructive best, and 1-0 are eyeing a bit of a stronger hold on the top three. Foer on that occasion was hit with too much pace for her to take control of. Has been a flying start for a 1-0 side that have played with a lot of confidence, a lot of flair, to take that into this passage of the campaign.
This is our day to experiment with that stuff, just see what can work, what doesn't work, and then we can perform from there.
And this is where really a lot of the work gets done, not only in terms of any title bid, but in also terms of any sort of pressure towards building a buffer from the top three. To pose the question of Aku, Foer's got a yards and fired her effort wide. It's of course the early kickoff for the night. Fitzroy and Carlton Hart go at one another again next up. And then it is Hume and Aku to finish. Two teams who played out quite an enthralling opening day encounter will be wanting to repeat the feat. Aku will be in need of reply if it stays this way for 1-0. As Whiting was hustled by Foer, Bagang was an outlook, tried to work it for Vonya, picked off by McCaffrey and nearly diverted in, though diverted wide of the post for a corner. Pescovel Hearts momentarily in mouths. Would have taken for Foer, who didn't catch it cleanly. Juong made it work. Whiting got a foot in, just in order to find a clearance. Again, set for Foer, who looked to work a yard. And Vonya's clearance, Foer blocked it, set for McCaffrey, blocked by Whiting. Juong. Alakiari, not quite beyond Bagang, who can now have a break. And for Alakiari, was just there to ensure she could go no further. Pescovel looking for a way to blemish the clean sheet. Whiting's take, Bagang will roll it. Vonya at the back post, brilliant save from Hun, who got down superbly at close range. Fantastic stop for someone who was in good touch in between the sticks last week. As for Whiting, 4 seconds had elapsed. Brilliant save from Hunt. Pescovel's best opportunity that they have conjured. Allen tried to catch Shahata out at the near post and couldn't quite, though could win a corner. Allen's take, McCaffrey. And Shahata had a good sight and was able to take the sting out of it before being able to gather. Bagang gave it away to Allen. On the overlap was Foer, who will find the net fabulously with a flourish. Whipped at pace into the far corner. And 1-0's terrific start to the evening keeps rolling. It has been a glut of goals to kickstart this game, and for Paige Foer, who is well and truly someone that could fancy her chances as an outsider for the Golden Boot. The Americans off the mark tonight. McCaffrey on the drive, no way beyond Bagang. Foer once again, room for Allen, who is watched by Whiting. Sydney Allen through the legs, away by Jarrett Smith. Sangham wanting to run the changes. Damasi and Reed Jacobs deep in conversation on the 1-0 touchline. In the meantime, Allen is motoring. Whiting clears no further than Alakiari. Set on for Foer. Allen, tidy 1-2. Oh, gorgeous link up to wonderful goal Lovely. Smooth move and sharply finished. Sydney Allen's turn to get in on the act. And it was a crisp combination with Foa that opened the space for a really well taken strike. Pascoe carved open as Allen on for Foa. The return for Allen behind her. McCaffrey on the lunge will keep it alive. Sydney Allen looked to refine her. Whiting in the way. Clip no further than Foa. We thought about it momentarily, then couldn't evade Jarrett Smith. And now the counter could well and truly be on. Greta Jarrett Smith, no way through Alagiari, who can go. And has options up with her, one of whom was Foa. The flick off Bagan kept it alive. Alagiari on for Sydney Allen. Toying with Whiting, working a yard and finding the corner. Back to front in no time. It was intricately pieced together. And for Sydney Allen, just when she shifted half a yard, the space opened up superbly. Finished with a flourish. And McCaffrey's on the charge. Fancied a drive which was not far away. One 0 in complete adoration of what they are seeing. Perfect start to the night for them. There's Alagiari again as an errant side ball. Pascoe eyeing a way of blemishing the clean sheet. 1-0 are eyeing double digits before the half is out. Whiting had a good hit. And it forced a good save out of Hunt, who saw it late. Pascoe corner. Way for them maybe to get back into this game, though. It was cut out by Foa. McCaffrey. Counter was on for Foa, who just looked to flick round the corner for Allen. They'll win a corner themselves. Hun was unable to clear. Corner for Foa. Return for Allen, and they will do it all over again. Foa, Allen. Wanting to work something. Space for McCaffrey. Alagiari fancied a drive and whipped it just wide of the post. It's where they've been so good so far. The sharpness in shifting in order just to open up space for a strike is where 1-0 have been potent. Allen has another look, has options up with her. Alagiari was one of them. And she was denied, not only by the post, but also from Shahata. Another 1-0 corner. Allen quickly over it, set for McCaffrey, who helped it on for Foa. She fancied a drive. Whiting was in the way. Had Alagiari bearing down. Svetkopoulos could only clear. A ruthless 1-0 start. Has been one where they've played with a lot of intricacy. You wondered when they would have players like Allen, like Demazi returning, what this team could look like. And this is a great example of it. Foa, McCaffrey. Trying to clip it to the top of the area. Cal was the only one waiting and kept it well. Bagang. Again for Amy Whiting, who could only clear her lines. Had no way to whip round the corner. Allen, Alagiari, good turn, though Bagang had telegraphed it well. Svetkopoulos just couldn't quite get it under when Cal was looking to clear. Trio of 1-0 changes getting readied. As Foa again looking to find her yards. Couldn't get beyond Cal, moved it on for Alagiari, now Sydney Allen. Oh, lovely. And Foa found room superbly. It's a delightful goal. One from double digits in a devastating half of futsal. In fact, 1-0 have chalked up. 10 before the break. If I were the latest to find it. As we just ticked under 5 to half time in Darabin. Baskerville corner, looking for a way of chalking something off in this game. Kersey to drive, denied by Hun. Allen got there ahead of Svetkopoulos, though was unable to keep it alive when looking to go round. Space had opened up well. Cut out by now two, on for Dimarzi. Karina now two is in behind. Dimarzi looked to find her, then looked to have a drive herself. Kersey was in the way on that occasion. Allen looking for space, lovely shift from Allen, and Dimarzi drove it and was denied well by Shahata at the near post. A pure reflex save. Claudia Dimarzi just held the run superbly. Another corner for 1-0. Who have been in total control of this half now. Two via a deflection. Will find another. A flick off Whiting on the way. And Karina now two, who has scored one from range tonight. Now, this time perhaps with more intention, adds a second. Super hit. The little ricochet. Diverted it beyond Shahata, who was short-sighted as it was. That's a gorgeous ball from Allen. And a great take. Dimarzi will stroll it in. Roots one. As ruthless, though also as rosy as you like. Brilliant ball from Allen. Now two went unselfish. Dimarzi was there and waiting. 1-0 are piling it on. As Cal had no way of going further forward. Recovered by Whiting. Svetkopoulos fancy to go. Dimarzi there to offer a deflection. Baskerville looking for a way to take something from this half. Half which has not fallen favourably for them. Cut out by Dimarzi. Going was now two. The ball was weighted invitingly, though Shahata had judged it well and was quick off the line to go and gather. As Whiting fancied a drive and was not far away. And Hahn watched it fly beyond the far post. A little bit grateful that it had not quite nestled in the corner. Dimarzi again looked to return for Allen. And was just not quite able to do so. Those two have worked well in combination though. Sometimes it can take not necessarily even a half a game or two for those returning after lengthy times out to make their mark and to find the flow again, though Allen has found it. Now two, likewise has Dimarzi, who went with cheek and added another for herself. It was a fancy little flick. And it is well and truly a Dimarzi downpour in Darabin. She has been on it in top gear from minute one. Karina now two is hunting a hat-trick. Dimarzi was lurking in case of anything to pick off from. Juong nodded it only where Cow was waiting. And as Cow kept it alive, set it on for Whiting. Away from Dimarzi, who was then there to block it. And Whiting unable to find space for another drive. Now two is in behind. Ball was too heavy. And that for Claudia DiMasi, the most recent strike, her 5th of this first half. It has been a really rampant return for her. Likewise for Allen, who is rampaging forward. Now to Juong. Good save from Shahata. A really good denial at close quarters. Again with a good denial. Ball was clipped forward. Allen was there to intervene. It's space for which now two was looking to be found in. Ball was a fraction too heavy. 2 minutes to go to half time. A half of really, really good 1-0 pedigree. Side who have been wanting to make more of a statement this season. Foa was on her own if McCaffrey could find her. Cal's touch will favour Paige Foa. McCaffrey. To go beyond Vonya, though couldn't keep it in. A ruthless first half from Ree Jacobs' side, who have really placed their own top 3 credentials down in the opening 20 so far this evening. Here is Claudia DiMasi, who has been integral to all that 1-0 have done. McCaffrey with a lovely turn away from Whiting. Out on for Foa, look for a switch for Alakiari, good read from Kersey, who can go. At the moment it's all on her own. Cower's making the late run, Vonya likewise. Steered by Kersey, confusion and indecision from Foa. Just opened the door for Vonya to have a drive, though was unable to do so fruitfully. DiMasi, Foa. Help for Alakiari, Kersey in the way. Picked off once again. The space opened up for Alakiari. Vonya in there to intervene. Cow set it back. Kersey. Clipped over the top invitingly. Vonya shouldered on, where only 2 in white were waiting, one of whom was Alakiari. Helped on for DiMasi, who can drive with options either side. McCaffrey. DiMasi was lunging and still trying to keep it alive. 1-0 corner taken for Foa, who is twisting and turning and sizing up Whiting, who did not allow her beyond. Kersey's clearance recovered by Alakiari. Move for McCaffrey. Foa. Good from Kersey. Is there a late one for Pescovel to take with them? They will take a corner at the very least. First half's dying embers. Taken by Kersey behind Vonya. Foa's in a foot race with Cow, who will get there first and had to. Otherwise they could have opened up to the counter. Alice Cow will have the final piece of the first half. It was one where Claudia DiMasi announced her return in super style. Likewise for Sydney Allen. 1-0 are charging towards more confirmation on the top 3. Half-time in Tarabin. It's Pascal 0, 1-0, 13. Returning from the break here in Darabin, there was quite a clear 1-0 message sent out at half-time. Claudia Damazi was right in the middle of the huddle, was in the middle of any sort of conversations that were forthgoing. She wants this side to be ruthless. She said it is a race that could well and truly come down to goal difference at times this season. Could be one where it matters. 1-0 have been on the other end of a few of these in their time. Even so this season, not too long ago, they were on the wrong end of an evening of Fitzroy Fury, though this is a night where they have been white hot so far. Pascoe Vale have not been able to handle the heat, all things considered. She wants an air of ruthlessness. She wants a side that are going to be unrelenting and undeterring in ensuring the standards they set in the first half were kept, and they kept them to really good effect in the opening 20. Flew out of the traps. It was a supremely strong showing. Perhaps the best we've seen from 1-0 this calendar year, let alone just this season. Think back to the cup run they went on in late 2025. They played some fantastic futsal in that time. They ended that season strongly too. This is the season of the year where they do their best work.
Who should be the main player, Nick, for your shot? For your
Second, they exit the winter. And to get players like Demazi, like Allen, back into the mix.
Just give me a player.
It's a showcase of how much stronger this team becomes. And that again has been,
Or do I go for Claire Holm?
truthfully, truly at the fore. Pascoe Vale have not yet been able to really land much in the way of blemishing a clean sheet for China Hunt, who is still acting as an interim goalkeeper. Is maybe putting herself forward as a permanent shot-stopping action. An option. That's a good ball to find Demazi from Alakyari. Very patient, very measured start, which allowed Whiting to get a foot in. Maybe, just maybe, for Reed Jacobs. There could be a shout for back-to-back Manager of the Week appearances. If things keep going this way, McCaffrey on the drive. And Shihata was there to deny. Quickly rolled for Vonya. It was hot to handle. Given away to Demazi. Recovered by Vonya, then by Foa. McCaffrey was left in room. And Sophie McCaffrey on the charge. Shihata concedes the corner. A couple of whisperings maybe that there could be that second managerial accolade for her with the way that 1-0 have gone so far this afternoon.
So? Oh, you want to do it for a bit?
As Vonya has got room to have a swivel. McCaffrey was there to block her.
You know the best part to do it is behind the goal.
Ball will trickle out of play. Pascoe Vale wanting just to set this second half into much better motion, much better stead than they did the first, though. Whiting's given it away. McCaffrey beyond Vonya and in off the near post. Searing. And where 13 is unlucky for some, it's not unlucky for 1-0. McCaffrey waited on the option. Damazi did give her a late run. Sophie McCaffrey, though, speared in another player who celebrated 50 appearances for 1-0 last week and did so in good style. The second half towards a century has also begun. For her in a good way. Vonya Whiting, that's a nice flick, though with a fraction too much on it for Cal, who appreciated the intent. Couple for 1-0, maybe getting ready. The couple for Pascoe Vale too. Getting towards that time early in the second half. Foa fancied a drive. Shihata got down. The ricochet found Whiting, who couldn't clear further than McCaffrey. She was given room to rekindle. Foa, that's a lovely flick. Alayari couldn't quite make it work. Paige Foa will recover the ball that she went and lost, and then got beyond Kersey. Slid for Demazi. Wonderful. Delightful goal for Claudia Demazi, who is making up for lost time. A really smart run, darted in at the back post. and applied the finish in really good fashion. It's been a night for Damazi. She has 6. Not the first time we've seen a double hat-trick so far this campaign. She's now in collision with Kersey. And McCaffrey, in the meantime, as the play had stopped nearly, may well have gone and added another. A Pascoval rolling foul and a goal for McCaffrey, as Damazi and Kersey are just checking on the latter's well-being. Claudia Damazi now saunters off. A chaotic goal, in all sense and in all truth. Completely one, where the focus had shifted to the collision between Damazi and Kersey. As Alan is twisting, then turning, Vonya got it away. It's really not been Pascoval's night. They've just not been able to withstand the pressure, and 1-0 have wanted ruthlessness. McCaffrey, in the meantime, gets herself a hat-trick and continues to roll in the flood of goals. Yet another for her, yet another for 1-0. Who are flying their way clear in third and are maybe recovering some of the goal difference in the meantime. Glance at the clock from Claudia Damazi. There is quite a lot of time left.
Looks like 6. 6 or 7. 6 or 7 goals.
Pascoval have a corner. There is some inquisition over how many goals Damazi has got. There's now two is charging forward on her own. Juong was with her as a late runner. Vonya was there to block. Really has not been a night again for Pascoval. Side who have suffered many a heavy defeat this campaign. Another is added to what is becoming a bit of an unwanted tally for them. A trio of games now where they have conceded many. 4 in a row where they've been the recipients of double digits. Already this campaign. 1-0, if they find 4 in a quarter of an hour, will have the second time this season Pascoval have conceded 20, which is not a record they will want. It's been a very frustrating, a very, at times, sordid start to the season for Gnomes Langham and the Lions, who have still really yet to get up and running and get off the mark. They were in their first game. This is a stark contrast to the opening night as Juong is in behind, and Juong will pick the corner to get herself in on the act and pile on another. They are closing in on 2 sets of 10. 3 from 20 for the first time this campaign. 1-0 who were on the wrong end of Fitzroy to almost similar effects a few weeks ago. Now wanting to recuperate that difference and maybe add to it. Side who have made a really quick start to the season. Claudia Damazi is still in conversation with Reed Jacobs tactically about how they can go up another level. Juong, McCaffrey, Allen, that's a gorgeous layoff. Good awareness from Kersey, who then had to get there ahead of Allen. It's been a very frustrating night for Pascoval once again, who've been without Paige Daly, who had a good hand last week, even though the scoreline did not fall favourably for them. Sydney Allen wanted the return from Juong. That was far too heavy for her to get onto. Has been that kind of night again for the Lions. They must look to where points could come from, where performances could come from. Aku next up, then Hume, before Carlton Hart. And Fitzroy to round out the month of September, which is quickly forthcoming. Not the way, a very stormy way to end winter and enter the spring for Gnomes Langham & Co. A lot of murmurings over the fact that it is at times quite challenging to break into this division. That is certainly a lesson that they have learned, are in the process of learning. There's Allen again, on for now two, away from Kersey. Except for Sydney Allen, shifting superbly. Oh, no weight beyond Shahata, who's had a lot to do this evening, has done good portions of it quite well. There's maybe an opportunity on the break for Pascovel, though McCaffrey recovered really well to deny Naya an opportunity to have a go. Trio of changes getting ready for 1-0 on the touchline. In the corner to defend first. Kersey looking to force a second strike. Sydney Allen stood her up. And now those changes will make way. Paige Foa reinstated. Likewise, Alayari and Dimazi. As Vonya. Immediately Sydney Allen got a foot in. Pascovel just wanting to withstand. That's nicely done from Steph Vonya. Helped on for Kersey, who will have a drive. And Dimazi will divert it away for a corner. First half that began in a flood, second half that began in a flood. Pascovel have settled again since. Kersey couldn't catch it cleanly. There was space for Foa, who couldn't get it out of her feet as she would have liked. Covered by Bagang. Vonya, tidy. Space for Kersey. Clip down the line for Naya, who was marshalled by Allen. Attention not yet diverted ahead as Hun is tested and was unable to grasp Kersey's clip towards the top corner of her net. Pascovel corner set for Kersey. That one she did not catch quite as nicely, or quite how she had in mind. Good read from Bagang. Pascovel in a good patch. Vonya did well to evade and set back for Kersey. She was unable to whip it into a channel of promise for Bagang to go and get onto. Again, space for Dimazi to drive into. How they have missed her. How it has been such a good return from her tonight as well. Player who we saw in real glimpses in the first half of the year. Likewise for Allen, who looked for Dimazi. And Claudia Dimazi will claim it, will get the faintest flick on it, though she will protest. And Dimazi will be accredited, her 7th of the evening. Sydney Allen steered it across the face. Claudia Dimazi got the faintest of contact, though that was all it needed. Steered again into the corner. Allen got on the charge, as Alahiari is on the charge, though unable to be found. Sydney Allen dropped in and looked to create wonderfully. As Vonya, Jarrett Smith looked to steer for Vonya, who was unable to find her in truth. Foa going the other way, looking to cause more chaos. Has, when she has played, made a big statement of things as Paige Foa. American has had a rather understated evening by her standards tonight. Though has been still at a high level. That's a good read from Alahiari, away from Jarrett Smith. Foa wanted the return for Allen. To it was Vonya. Sydney Allen's not best pleased with the amount of contact which she was the recipient of. Just wanting further reprimand. Set for Foa, who called it sweet. And Shahata down at the near post. Dimazi's take cleared for Foa, who went with the effort straight away. Caught it sweetly enough, though. Couldn't steer it towards a more dangerous position. Many a Fitzroy Tiger in the building. We've seen many for heart too, as Jarrett Smith will get in behind and will get Pascoe Vale off the mark for the evening. Steered behind superbly. It's a great ball from Vonya, who threaded it terrifically. Jarrett Smith got round the back, and the finish was simple to give Pascoe Vale at least something to smile about tonight. They had not wanted to go goalless, even though it is shaping up again for them to be an evening that they would not like to remember. In the meantime, here is Demazi, who is allowed to stroll in and then fluff her lines for an opportunity that she feels as though she should have put away. It opened up, perhaps too invitingly for Claudia Demazi on that occasion, who had every corner to pick from and couldn't do so. A rarity for her this evening. Has been firing truly on all cylinders. Has looked to flick Foa in behind again. Dropped off faintly. Allen, Foa, Demazi, lovely return. Paige Foa. Alone was Alakiari, who will roll wide at the near post. Two really good opportunities in a real quick span of time for 1-0 to add another. Again, Vonya look for Jarrett Smith. A good turn from Jarrett Smith. And beaten away by Hunt. Moved on by Foa fancifully. Allen with options left and right. One of whom's Demazi. The other was Foa, who couldn't get on the end of it. Really good move. Another blistering break. One 0 on that occasion, just again unable to convert. So we are nearing the halfway stage of this second half. Bree Jacobs had a quick glance at the clock, wondering how many more 1-0 would want to take with them. What will constitute a good evening for them. Pascoe Vale have placed a couple of all right opportunities in recent time as Hun is being tested with more frequency. Lovely that from now too, though. In order to evade Whiting, Foa, Demazi, who took it deftly, then battled with Bagang. Cleared no further than now two on for Foa, who couldn't get away from Vonya. Given away again. Karina now two, urged to shoot, moved on for Demazi, who again wanted to set for Foa. Cow will work it out, Bagang will take over, and moving on for Vonya, who could get further forward. McCaffrey in retreat will usher her out of play. They have been able to just find a couple of forays forward in the time that has followed since. Whether it has been their night or not, for 1-0 though. This marks yet another strong performance. Back-to-back weeks now where they have fired truly. Comes into an encounter with Carlton Hart before they then face Fitzroy in September's second week. And then have Hume and Aku to round out the month. So a couple of fixtures that pose a lot of problems quickly forthcoming for them. Fortnight from now is the reigning champions. The week after that, the side who are closest runners to Fitzroy, and perhaps a side they are eyeing in terms of a top two race if it is to materialise. As Foa is in behind again, will fancy a drive again and will fire wide. There's been an evening for Foa though where she has been really full steam ahead. Has looked to get forward whenever she's been in possession and will look to do so again. Found by now two. Work for Demazi, who worked the angle expertly. Another for Claudia Demazi on return. And 1-0 are well and truly on course for a firm foothold on the top three and for some pressure on the top two, whom they are now looking to chase. As Vonya will drive, now two will offer no way forward. Svekopoulos couldn't quite work a yard. Dimarzi, good take and good turn. Foa, Dimarzi lofted it deftly. Foa and now two got in a muddle. It allowed Whiting to steal in. Foa then won it back. Two up with her. Foa tried to slide it on reverse for Dimarzi, though it was a fraction behind her. Those two will now make way. Anna Juwong, Sydney Allen, both instated for another stint. Sydney Allen will drive, and will drive wide of that far post. Marie Jacobs, to her credit, has rotated her side well this evening. Understanding that Allen and Dimarzi have been unavailable to the fold for the first few weeks of the campaign. I have well and truly immersed them back in the mix, though, in super fashion. Juwon got a foot in, moved tidily for now too. McCaffrey had peeled further forward. Allen was round the outside. Space opened up for now too. In the meantime, McCaffrey couldn't steer it for Juwon at the back post. You wonder if Dimarzi and Foa will get the closing stint. Alice Cow is getting readied on the Pascoval bench for her next iteration on court. There's now two, guided it gorgeously. Allen got round, though just was there to have the door closed by Vonya in the nick of time. Denying opportunity for 1-0 to chalk up 20. Whiting is wanting options. Pascoval have got a piece of the puzzle back this week in Bagang. As Vonya will drive, Hunt's palms are stung, though at the second she is able to gather without too much fuss. Allen then gave it away. Whiting, her turn to have a hit. That's a good save from Hunt down low. Dipped in a way that could have proved awkward. Allen, McCaffrey, Allen. Went to set for Sophie McCaffrey, who couldn't keep it alive. Always on the lunge to keep things going, to keep the attack rolling. For 1-0 tonight, it has been an evening of perhaps an immense statement for them being made. I've wanted a big reply for some time. They won a topsy-turvy game against Aku last week as Allen will sting the palms of Shahata, who was there to make the save. But for a team who just peeled away with too much momentum and too much in the way of stamina last week. Wonder tonight, not necessarily a game of attrition for them. Not quite as chaotic and as wild, as tricky to predict. Now, if that is what they are to give us against the likes of Aku and Hume, and perhaps for Troy this season, as Allen on the swivel will add a second set of 10. Emphatic for Sydney Allen and for 1-0. A lovely swivel to set up the strike, which was dispatched with certainty. Sydney Allen's had similar, where Dimarzi may take the headlines, has had a really good night of her own. Has been one. She has been almost metronomic. Well, they would have loved her to play this season. She is to be readily available more often. With Dimarzi too, the shape this team could take could get scary. McCaffrey behind now too, which invited Svekopoulos. Cow, Whiting, unable to whip it round the corner. It's been a performance that's had a lot of flow to it, a lot of rhythm. Now 2-2 when she's had the opportunity has been really tidy. Has also been dictatorial in possession. Call is to keep the ball for 1-0. DeMasi wanting sustained possession. That's a lovely ball for Allen, who was unable to get round Cow. Sydney Allen picked her pocket to recover. Jarrett Smith was in the way. Approaching the final 5 in Darabin of the opening installation for your Friday night. The final Friday in winter. It's been anything but chilly for 1-0 in the end. McCaffrey as Svetkopoulos lost out. Away from Jarrett Smith. Looked to steer it invitingly for Geelong. The counter could open up for Whiting. Allen was across. Svetkopoulos got away from now 2 and hit the post. Cow's following was there where Sydney Allen was waiting in order to get a foot in. Whiting's effort that time. Whipped across the face. Reigning champions to follow up against Carlton Heart for the second instalment. Fitzroy team who have only dropped 2 points all season. Carlton side that have been hot and cold this campaign so far. They are hoping themselves to cause a little bit, perhaps of an upset, to just throw some spanners in the Tigers title retaining works. Now 2 had to get there with pace as Whiting took over. Cow will give it a poke. Hunt dived in well away from Jarrett Smith. DeMasi kept it alive. Whiting couldn't go beyond Alakiari. Will recover it. Svetkopoulos out the other way was Cow. And she was found tidily. Marie Svetkopoulos. And Jarrett Smith at the back post will turn in a second for Pascoe Vale. At the end of a nicely worked move. It was patient, it was measured, the ball was inviting. Jarrett Smith had to readjust her feet quickly and steered it in true poaching style. That more of a proper number 9's finish. It would take from Greta Jarrett Smith. Pascoe Vale at least have a couple to take with them tonight. First time in a little while they've hit more than one. Svetkopoulos as Hun will prevent the corner and turn a beauty of a ball into now 2. Beyond Svetkopoulos, steered for Alakiari. Return for now 2, on for DeMasi. How many does she want for the night? Now 2, Alakiari will add another. Drilled at the near post. And there is a shout from Reed Jacobs for one more. For goal difference to be truly rekindled. 1-0 have created those chances tonight and are far from done. As Foa fancied a look, Alakiari was lurking again. Shahata mopped it up. Vonya's touch was heavy. It allowed DeMasi to simply see it over the touchline. Foa made the early run, and DeMasi looked to find her. The ball was hit with pace, though a fraction behind. Pascoe Vale wanting to withstand. I know tonight is another forgettable one for them. We'll read that from DeMasi, who again wanted the shot again. It was Whiting's turn to get across the block. Classy reinstated for the closing stint, you suspect. There's Foa and DeMasi, who is lurking, set for Foa once again. They wanted to walk it in. Alakiari picked it up. And Shahata was there to save, who was unable to release Vonya on the break. Gina Hun has not had too much to do tonight, has done whatever she's had to well though. There's DeMasi. Now 2 found Foa. who is twisting, who is turning, and forcing a good save out of Shahata. Fowa's corner as a result was set short to the near post for Alagyari. Well, one back by Vonya. Whiting, ricochet from Fowa. Amy Whiting kept it rolling. Kersey, Cow. Space for Whiting in behind. Ball too heavy to find her. It has, in ways, summed up their night. And they've had opportunities to get forward. All but two they've not really made the most of. Another learning curve. Another evening of immense frustration. As Alagyari's taken longer than 4 seconds once again in order to get things going. Could they create something late? Vonya's take picked off by now too, or is the counter on for 1-0 to take one more? Fowa wins a corner. Kersey was there in retreat. Corner was set for Alagyari, who got a yard on Whiting, and they will take one more. Drilled from the set piece, the bottom corner picked with aplomb. And 1-0 have well and truly cashed in this evening. Alagyari with the latest drive. Though it has been destructive from Reed Jacobs' team this Friday. Perfect week for them. This, of course, the only Series Futsal action, a mid-season break to be taken this Sunday. When it comes to any Leagues Cup, Championship or top flight men's ability, they will all have the week off. And at the moment, 1-0 are having a superb week in the women's top division. A boost of 20 to the goal difference. Time ticking away. Do they want more with them? Alagyari certainly does. And forced another save out of Shahata. Fowa, who has again had a good night now. Two was behind in way of support. Paige Fowa. Timazi was all on her own. Fowa on the rebound, was blocked by Kersey, and then could not keep it alive. As we've hit the final minute of Friday's opening instalment. Has been a big night in the way for 1-0. They have gone about checking off the goal difference, have done so devastatingly. A really strong performance again. For Reed Jacobs, her own managerial credentials are growing week on week. Costa Frutas, who's currently in Europe, might be eyeing an early flight back to Melbourne. Another good week for her. They've hit double digits in both the games she's managed. Side who have hit 34 goals in her tenure in 2 weeks. It's been a superb performance. Again from them tonight. There's Dimazi, now two. Alagyari on the lunge, somehow kept it alive. Team that had a frustrating opening half to the year. First part of 2026, not as kind as they would have liked. If this is what we are to get in the second half, 4-1-0, the excitement can be restored. The expectation perhaps piled once more. A dominant display tonight. They lead the top three race and then some. A bit of breathing room for the time being between themselves and Melbourne Aku at the end of an evening of emphasis. Full time, it's Pascoe Vale 2, 1-0 22. A massive win for 1-0. I've got the returning captain, Claudia Damasi, here with me. Claudia, first of all, a terrific performance from your side tonight. Team now who have got back-to-back wins. Is it a sign that you're just starting to build nicely into this season?
Yeah, so we had a goal today just to try and get our goal difference up. Obviously, to win the game was most important. But yeah, we've got players coming back, so we're trying to get some momentum into the coming weeks.
You spent a lot of time out on court with Reed Jacobs. What was it like to play under her as a manager tonight, obviously with Costa away at the moment?
Well, she was manager of the week last week. She's very good. Obviously, she's played with all of us girls. She knows how we play, and we really just wanted to focus on, we did 3 subs at a time, just get even game time for tonight, because we've got, like I said, we've got a few big games coming up, so we're trying to save everyone. But yeah, she did a good job again.
And with those big games coming up, you mentioned how important goal difference will play as a part this season. Do you see the coming games, the coming fortnight in particular, as a real test of where this team could finish this season?
Yeah, for sure. While Costa was away, we had a little goal to win about 3 games. So we've done 2. We've got 1 more to go, but I'm not sure who we have next week. I think we have Carlton, and then we've got Hume, Fitzroy. So we really wanted to build some momentum into coming to those games.
Claudia, pleasure to have you back. As always, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Second instalment for the evening, maybe off a smallly belated start. It is the reigning champions who are looking to continue to stretch their legs at the top of the table. They want to initiate a barrier between themselves and Hume, a fixture which is quickly forthcoming for Fitzroy. Tonight they face a Carlton Heart team whom they kicked off the season against. It was the very, very first fixture of the campaign. The Tigers got off to a terrific start on that night. They will be hoping that the same follows suit, not only to make it a double, but also in order to keep themselves well and truly in control of their own destiny as far as retaining the title is concerned, and are looking to get off to a quick start as Friscalzo was found well by McClure. And Olsen's forced into an early save at the expense of the game's first corner. Fitzroy with an early opportunity. McClure's corner in the first minute. Abdul Latif called it sweet. And Olsen was undeterred. Had good sight of it. A couple of early opportunities for the reigning champions to get themselves ahead. McClure for Friscalzo, who was warded off by Duffy. Diana Friscalzo kept the charge going and won yet another corner. Two quick Fitzroy set pieces in succession. Friscalzo, Abdul Latif. Return for Claudia Friscalzo, who again was intervened. This time by Hawker, who was quickly out to go and meet her and to block. The Carlton Heart side, who have had a squad that's been rotated with some frequency so far this season. Chris Interisi tonight has got Freya Duffy back at his disposal, though is missing the likes of Kobe Wilbert, who's been readily available in recent weeks. Has just been slowly building a core that can compete and contend this season. Hart got themselves off the mark in shorter time than they did right at the start of the calendar year, but have not been able to make much more progress in the way beyond that. And look at themselves sizing up a similar record as they did to that time only a few months ago. Perennial slow starters over the last few campaigns they've had at Series Futsal. They've picked up pace and they've picked up points later on in the season. Be hoping it was not the same story unfolding before their very eyes again this time round. Fitzroy team who have gone a long time unbeaten, far beyond the start of this season, and its opening 5 games have to retreat a long time to the last time they tasted defeat in the league. It was a terrific run home for them last season, where they were essentially perfect and didn't drop a point. The 15th of May, the last time they failed to pick up anything from a game in this division. Side that are now well beyond their 3rd month, looking at a 4th unbeaten across the span of the conclusion of one season, the beginning of another. And in that time, in that lengthy unbeaten run, they have only dropped 2 points, and that came in the early part of this season. Fixture which is forthcoming for them, though. Attention for Jimmy Soufas and co is firmly placed on tonight, as plenty who have made strong starts at his disposal. It's become an entrusted starting quartet. It was a really big part, this in particular, this 4 of the team who were so good at the end of last season. Duffy went to take it, the ball had rolled off the line. And so Fitzroy will get an opportunity to see if they can claw themselves ahead. For that early flurry, Heart have looked to withstand. Friscalzo's take, Claude only into Hawker, who's got a counter on. Amvari was with her, she couldn't quite get it out of her feet. Diana Friscalzo then picked it off, got away from Hawker, was denied by Olsen, who then, after a bit of a bobble and a bit of chaos, was able to claim it. Abdul Latif's challenge a good one. Duffy no further than McClure, who is charging at Howard's. And Howard came across to really good effect in retreat. Far from a frustrating start, though, for Jimmy Soufas and co. They have quite a lot of firepower to come from the bench this evening. Rana Porcina, one of the substitutes, the league's current top goal scorer. Second of kind, second in the Golden Boot race is Ava Bridis, who too will look to make an impact. Claudia Friscalzo returned from injury in recent times. was perhaps at points managed last week, just to ensure there was no risk of her missing further action, as Anvari was in firmly. Frascalzo wanted a foul, which she won't get. Duffy's ball in return was far too heavy for Miriam Anvari to get on the end of. It's where Hart have just made life difficult in the early exchanges. A couple of times they've been able to win the ball in dangerous areas. That's where they've caused a couple of headaches. As Frascalzo with a lovely swivel, away from Howard, and has thumped in the opener. The only look she needs for Fitzroy to get off to a quick start. It was a razor-sharp turn. And it flew beyond Olsen. And for Claudia Frascalzo, who has missed some time this season, was back in the side, back in the goals last week. He is looking to get on the trail in which she can defend her golden boot. Will perhaps have a couple of teammates to contend with so far this campaign. Has not had much in the way of opportunity. At her 8th goal for the season, 58th for the calendar year. Someone is having a supreme 2026, picked off on a really strong end to 2025, and here she is again. Driving beyond Duffy and belatedly winning a free kick. And it was most belatedly. Rodrigo Salas on the far side was warding off a whistle for as long as possible. Two in the Carlton Hart wall. Fitzroy free kick. Frascalzo over it. Set for Abdul Latif, who caught it well. It whipped off the post, and then McClure stealing in to try and steer in a second. Had it at an awkward height and just couldn't divert it the other side. And Araha getting readied. As Howard gave it away, Frascalzo's touch was a little too heavy. It allowed Duffy to get a foot in. Diana Frascalzo recovered it. Duffy warding her off and played it really smartly. Just in order to stop that advance further forward. This match at the moment unfolding in similar vein to that which kick-started this entire season. Hart hung in there against Fitzroy on opening night for as long as they humanly could. Though it was a really strong second half showing. They got the reigning champions off to the perfect start. First time in Darebin they've held that title, and wanting to retain it. Frascalzo in particular so far this evening is wanting to get going. Hart have been organised, created a couple of real half chances on the break. Nothing that has been too much clear conviction. Frascalzo looked to set it for Abdul Latif. The foot in front of Coach Cripps was necessary. Hawker picked it off and was swarmed by two. Howard gave her a helping hand. McClure was again there to press. Duffy was able to drive away from her. Coach Cripps gave her an out. Abdul Latif was just there to hold her up and see the ball out of play. A trio of changes getting ready. Carlton Hart themselves go to their respective bench. Bronwyn Flory makes her way on, as that's a lovely ball from Abdul Latif, and Frascalzo's second touch was the one that let her down. Just a bit too heavy, and it opened the door for Olsen, as Araha had the door open for her. Drove an effort with pace, inches over the bar. Abdul Latif's stint will come to its close. Policina will get her first look of the evening. 5-minute flurry. Fitzroy have found a breakthrough, have found nothing further in way of insurance though. Carlton Hart have been as steadfast as possible for as long as possible. As Policina, what difference can she make? Wanting to dart beyond Duffy, instead went for Frascalzo. Brianna Policina Looking to work a yard on Duffy, who just stayed with her the whole way. Will be interesting to see how those two, in particular, determine their duel this evening. There was no Freya Duffy for Hart on opening night. Aaron Wilbert was still out through injury and other commitments. Both have been important pieces to return to the fray. Walker's first stint will reach its conclusion. Polisina there first, benefited Araha. There was no way beyond the coach Cripps, who kept the door shut. Frescalzo looking to twist and turn. Polisina was with her. And Vari proved too tough to go beyond. Steered down the line for Flory. Araha was there to keep the door closed. And there's been intricacy, there's been incision. Still yet to find much in the way of a finishing touch. Have Fitzroy until now, beyond Frescalzo's goal. They have made things tricky, have Carlton Hart thus far. Duffy away from McClure and did so superbly. Steered to the back post where Anvari was waiting. Mason Jones was quickly out to close the angle. And to make an important save. In order to preserve the lead, though, Coach Cripps has won it back. Mason Jones has denied her. And then the follow-up saw the Fitzroy shot stopper impeded. As Niamh McClure's stint will come to its close too. Jana Bennett also getting readied. It's a strong Fitzroy 4. Polisina for Bridis. Rihanna Polisina once more, who has been metronomic since her return. Fancied a drive, Flory got a foot in, picked off by Anvari, who was all on her own. The shot got a deflection, and Carlton Hart will have a corner because of it. Anvari's take. Corner set with depth for Duffy, who is looking at Frescalzo. Anvari, good challenge from Claudia Frescalzo, who won it back firmly and is on the charge. Options left and right, one of whom was Bridis, and Olsen was out quickly to deny her. The first real breakneck counter, though, Fitzroy have been able to find. Hart nearly poured forward to their own detriment. Bridis' corner. Araha left it, Polisina gave it a poke, Frescalzo was lurking. Flory did enough just to get a flick. And Frescalzo might have got the final touch. In the chaos. And Vari unable to get it under control. Flory picked it up. Beyond her was Coach Cripps, though. It's cut off by Polisina, who got away from Anvari. Duffy was then the last line of defence, and a good one. Polisina quickly in return. Anvari on the switch, has got Bridis to go at. Miriam Anvari, Ava Bridis kept the door closed, and then went and won it back with precise judgment. Araha. Polisina had made a run, had just darted into space. Instead, Araha got it back from Frescalzo. And the other way was Bridis. Again, it's tiptoed forward. Reece Interisi wants timeout as Frescalzo. Polisina. Claudia Frescalzo. And they nearly got there with some further problem, though Hart do get to timeout unscathed. It is, in fact, a timeout that has been retrospectively rescinded. It got a flick on the way. Fitzroy will have a corner. Belated set piece. Hart not yet unscathed, and Araha will hit the underside of the bar. Caught it beautifully. Still, there is no way out, and it was nearly two. Amanda Araha came onto it wonderfully. The kind of scenario and kind of place that she is no stranger to the spectacular. Polisina hit the turf. Duffy kept going. Araha was waiting and the break is on. Brydis up with her. Amanda Araha will go alone and stroll it for Brydis, who will walk in a second at the end of some Araha elegance. And so Fitzroy will double their leads on the stroke of timeout. Superbly done from Amanda Araha. Set it on for Brydis, who could not miss. As we will hit a break, St Teresi wants a word. The reigning champions have doubled their lead. It's Fitzroy 2, Carlton Heart 0. Returning from timeout, St Teresi wanted a word. Carlton Heart nearly got there unscathed and nearly got there with only a solitary goal to recover. Fitzroy made it too. Araha hit the bar and then quickly recovered it with some superb footwork. Brydis made the run, had it squared for her where she could not miss. And they had been coming, that second goal. It was warranted. As again, Brydis looks to go, who got it from Polysina. Araha nearly had space open up for a shot. Bennett. Polysina, sharp swivel. Duffy and Olsen ensured the angle got too tight in order to cause any chaos. Navari was long, Bennett was firm. Polysina once more. Fitzroy just looking for a way to open the floodgates. They did so on opening night. That's lovely from Brydis. Superb footwork to get away from Amvari. Ball was picked off by Hawker, who was immediately under pressure. Howard looked to give her an out. It had just stayed alive. Hawker went no further than Bennett. Tick just beyond the halfway stage of the first half. Polysina has got room. Fitzroy have got a duo to their benefit. And are just looking to carve an opening for a third. Araha, Brydis. Set for Amanda Araha. On wonderfully for Polysina, and Bennett will hit the post at the back post. All on her own, entirely unmarked, and simply couldn't steer it in. Carlton Heart were carved open. It was superbly moved from Fitzroy. The footwork from Polysina was excellent. Just couldn't quite find the finishing touch, though Polysina is keen to get going again and fancied a drive from range. It was momentarily awkward for Olsen. And Vari steered it back for Howard. Diana Frescalzo was unrelenting. So is Polysina. Options left and right, though she chose not for them. And Brydis will stroll in on the rebound to get a double for herself and a treble for the Tigers. It was all Polysina with devastating drive. It just dipped awkwardly on Olsen. And to the credit of Brydis, she had a bit to do. And steered it beyond Emma Olsen, who just could not recover in time. And Polysina is on the charge again to find a fourth. Frescalzo, it's good recovery from Howard. Hart will not want this game to get away from them, as many have in recent weeks. It has been a Fitzroy team that have scored beyond freely right at the start of the new season. 59 goals turned to 62 at the moment, only 12 to their detriment. Team who have hit over 11 a game on average. It has been free flowing and free scoring and fully firing. There's Duffy and Vari, Hawker, cut out by Policina, lovely footwork again. And to evade Hawker, who simply couldn't get a foot in. Frascalzo had got forwards, and Frascalzo through the legs of Olsen will find a fourth. And so the flood begins. For Diana Frascalzo, gets herself in on the act. And Fitzroy are flying. They are just starting to put this beyond Carlton Hart, who are just starting to run the risk of implosion. Had hung in the game until the timeout, as Abdul Latif is too eager for Matteo Calagaro's liking. And gave away a free kick. Frascalzo had Hawker to go at. Frascalzo wielding off, wanting to swivel sharply. Abdul Latif, Policina, Bennett. Oh, gorgeous return. That's a lovely goal. What a way to make it 5. A smooth, sweeping move. Policina and Bennett, whose return was so deft. Delicately placed for where Policina simply strolled on and picked the net. That is Fitzroy at their best. Cutting without any kind of rust nor imperfection. As Abdul Latif is at it again, this time fancied a drive. And will win a corner as a result. It took a couple of ricochets on its way. Another Fitzroy set piece. Really starting to roam away from Hart as Abdul Latif on that occasion. Didn't catch it how she would like. Was steered long by Flory. And Coach Cripps couldn't quite keep it in. Hart had started this game positively. Only a goal down, perhaps. That second before the timeout was where they could have earmarked a way of just snatching the momentum, of just stalling what was building from Fitzroy. You just get through a tricky period like that. A patch that can prove problematic. All of a sudden, things get just that touch more simple. Not quite able to withstand. As Abdul Latif had sauntered beyond 2 and then got it cleared off her, nearly to something that could have been troubling for Olsen. Duffy on the drive in the meantime, had it swerved late, though Mason Jones got a good look. And Leila Abdul Latif had just been the port of some concern. Was testing out her ankle. Player that they will not want to go down injured. Someone who has been a creative conjurer this season for Fitzroy. Throughout the calendar year too. Has had a terrific 2026, as many in Canary and Blue have. McClure another one doing so and driving beautifully. Olsen got down to deny her. Duffy then picked it off, moved it on for Coach Cripps. Carlton have a counter. Abdul Latif was alert, and now it's 3-on-1 the other way. McClure was charging forward, though the ball was a fraction too far ahead, and her touch too heavy when looking to kick off a break. Duffy kept it alive just. Frascalzo thought it had gone. On the switch was Flory. Coach Cripps, good from McClure, who came across. Side ball taken quickly. McClure did well just to get back and prevent the corner. set with depth this time, where Duffy will make it work. Abdulatif looking to twist and turn her way out of trouble. Moved it on for McClure. Out the other way was Diana Frescalzo. Claudia Frescalzo just getting ready for reintroduction. Space for Abdulatif. Away from Amvari, and stung the palms of Olsen, who made a smart save at the second time. Ball from Duffy was placed too far ahead of Fleury. Again for Abdulatif, who has got room to roam. Frescalzo looked to spin. Duffy denied her that opportunity. Bennett picked it off. Amvari got a foot in. Recovered by McClure. Abdulatif. Again, patient. Amvari lunged in and McClure evaded well. Fleury was quick. Frescalzo kept it alive. There is no let-off. And now space again for Abdulatif. McClure looked to find her. She just could not quite get it under. Amvari's lunge. Fitzroy wanted a rolling foul, which they would not get. Walker couldn't quite get that under. Into the final 5 of the first half. And so far for the reigning champions, it has been a script similar to that which started all of this off. On the opening night of the campaign, they kicked off the new season. No better way to have a night of inauguration than to hit double digits. All the way back on the 24th of July. A month ago now, which seems as though the futsal has flown at a frenetic pace in the time since. The narrative is unfolding in front of our eyes again. And once more, Fitzroy find themselves at the forefront of the title picture. As Hawker was battling, McClure then picked it off and was charging. Araha wanting to get up with her. Frescalzo was on the switch. Away from Hawker, Frescalzo, the angle got closer. Olsen came out. Howard in the chaos, poked it on for Hawker, who couldn't evade Araha. Frescalzo this time, flashed it wide of the post. Heart have done well in these last few minutes just to evade what for Fitzroy can be a glut of goals at times. As Howard, in the meantime, has had their best look of the half and has rolled it wide of the post. First really cleanly cut opportunity they've carved for themselves. For Howard, she just wasn't able to divert it the other side. Carlton were looking at a way of at least ensuring Mason Jones won't keep a clean sheet before the break. Frescalzo, McClure, intricate. Araha tried to clip for Policina. Was picked off by Olsen. Duffy went to go at Araha, recovered by Frescalzo. Way beyond Freya Duffy, though the ball found its way out as a result. Both sides have been happy to run changes in this opening half. It's been one of regular rotation. Policina, Frescalzo, just wanting to ward off Fleury. Space for Araha. And it just opened up on her left for a second, though couldn't get a strike away. Policina in retreat. Mason Jones prevents the corner. Policina to start again. Frescalzo can charge. Beyond Amvari, going at Howard, who dangled a leg. Space open for McClure. Easy as you like. And it was a Frescalzo run that set it all up superbly. Stormed her way through the lots. And where two went to her, the gap opened for McClure. This is what she does. The second she got beyond Howard, it drew the run, it drew the space for McClure, who was smart to just wait a second. And give herself the most straightforward of finishes. Fitzroy Fleury to end the first half. And they're not done yet. Frescalzo, Bridis thumped her effort over. was laid off superbly. And Brydis went for blistering pace and power. Wasn't happy to see it fly over the bar. As again, Amvari had no way further forward. Half that has really flown in favour of the reigning champions. This was the statement they wanted to make a month ago to start things off and to get the defence off going in the best way possible. They now are wanting to do it to stay top and put the pressure on Hume, who are the closing show tonight against Melbourne Aku. Flory too eager for as Calzo wins a free kick. Another Fitzroy free kick. Jimmy Sufa's timeout slip in hand. Will opt against it this time, as Araha will come onto it and catch it sweetly. Space opened up for Amanda Araha to have a drive. As did her effort just over the bar. Arts have been the recipients of warning signs. Well, Coach Cripps with a good read ahead of Policina. Flory. Well, Coach Cripps, free kick. Impeded late by Rihanna Policina. Time ticking slightly to the break. Just over 2 to the conclusion of the first half, to the halfway points in the match day, and as far as Series Futsal is concerned, the halfway points of the weekend. No action forthcoming on Sunday. It is simply the Friday show, as my Coach Cripps will claw one back via a super free kick. And so, there will be no clean sheet, and Carlton Hart have got a vested interest. All were anticipating it to be set or squared. My Coach Cripps went direct and scored delightfully. Hart have got something in the way back. As for Carlton Hart, Kobe Wilbert is a late arrival and just in the nick of time. There is a half-time cut-off point, as Brydis will drill wide. Just off the far post. Still wanting to end in a flurry. Goal is posed as a challenge for Fitzroy. As Amvari took it well, though. Had retrospectively won a free kick. The initial thought that it was for handball. Carlton Hart have got a free kick, to a lot of Fitzroy bewilderment, to perhaps in truth out of nowhere have got themselves an opportunity to grab a second. The initial shout was for handball, though it did not strike an arm in yellow. Matteo Caligaro is not best pleased about where Amanda Araha is positioned for some reason, and will find herself in the book. As there is something going on here. As Claudia Frescalzo is the sole tiger set in the wall. At the end of the chaos and confusion, my Coach Cripps will have another go and will not be as successful this time round. It is all a bit of a bizarre end to the half in Darabin. Amanda Araha finds herself in the book as Amvari and Brydis are entangled with one another. As Ava Brydis is in appeal. Awesome will restart things. 90 seconds to the break in Darabin. There's a couple of cases for some Fitzroy frustration. As my coach Cripps picked it off, Bridis with a good block. Araha got a good challenge in. And now over Bridis, away from Duffy, is on the drive. Had one further forward in Frascalzo, who will go back to front. Blisteringly so. It was explosive from Bridis on the break. And Frascalzo simply timed the run superbly. Entirely unmarked at the back post, and a half which for Fitzroy in its closing stages was the cause of some off-court frustration. They have applied superbly another on it.
Yeah, you've done well. Good job.
Just the second Duffy was evaded. For Carlton Hart, alarm bells were ringing.
Nice, good job. Let's take that.
For Bridis, who breezed her way forward, is now in search of another. Got it from Frascalzo. Olsen can't prevent the corner. And so with just over a minute to go, Scott Rogan and Fitzroy want timeout. Could there be a late set-piece special? 65 seconds to the break in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 7, Carlton Hart 1. Returning from timeout, there was a word on that Fitzroy bench. The phrase was be slow. Create the opportunity. You have a minute and 5 seconds left to half time. Conjure the perfect look in whatever you have remaining. I want to end the half with a craftily constructed goal rather than a bit of a blaze away. In the end, the set piece comes to naught for the reigning champions, who have just become a little bit frustrated towards the end of this half. They, as so many times before, have become masters at channeling that into something of more fruition. That's brilliant from Bridis, who laid it for Policina. Sizing up Wilbert, whose first introduction is defensive. Frascalzo forced the save out of Olsen. Bridis, Araha. Can they conjure something in the half minute that remains? Ava Bridis is bolting forward. Did well to rekindle it with Frascalzo. Away from Flory, on for Policina. Space for Frascalzo, denied by Olsen. It was really well worked. All it needed was the finishing touch. 15 seconds to the break. Is there one last look for Fitzroy to conjure something? Bridis. Policina. Bridis had made their move and was found brilliantly. Though just could not steer the effort the other side of the post. Those two so often in combination have caused chaos. And of course to damaging effects, as Wilbert wanted to be an option for Duffy, who is simply trying to tick the seconds down and will do so just in time. But for Fitzroy, they were nearly faultless. A simply super first half that is steering them towards the top of the tree. Half time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 7, Carlton Hart 1. Returning from half-time here in Darabin, it was a half which for Fitzroy had gone rather swimmingly as a team that have really put themselves back at the front and the race for the title picture. They are still holding pole position as it stands. Not yet attention turned to next week, though you start to get the feeling that if the floodgates are to open at the start of this half, they could be. However, Wilbert is in behind. Duffy's up with her. Hart had an early opportunity, which they just weren't able to capitalise on. Cobby Wilbert was a late arrival this evening for Reece Interisi and co. Someone who will want to be maximised to top opportunity by the Carlton Hart boss. His side were hanging in there for the first 5 minutes. They were a goal down, courtesy of who else but Claudia Frescalzo. Since in the meantime, had a few more, a glut of goals at times. Fitzroy shifted through the gears superbly in that first half. Side who play a game at a frightening and frantic pace when they are on it, and you saw that in good patches throughout the opening 20. It was the first 20 of the season where he felt there was not necessarily frustration, but fine-tuning that was needed. There's Bennett, looked to steer for McClure. It's the second half, though, where they did their best work on that night. I'm hoping it is the same this time round. Jimmy Soufas and Claudia Frescalzo, though, are just in conversation with Layla Abdul-Latif, who picked up a little bit of a knock towards the end of the first half. They will be hoping it's nothing serious, though. She's not sat in discomfort, but they are conversing in real frequency. Abdul-Latif maybe wanting to test it out. She could have a problem. That is something to keep an eye on. They and we will be hoping she doesn't. In the meantime, McClure is on the charge. Bennett was looking to get there. Olsen did well and flung it out for Howard with immediacy. Claudia Frescalzo's still in conversation as Diana Frescalzo escorts the ball out of play. Polisina got out the back. They just about kept it alive. Wilbert was wanting to ward off and wait. Frescalzo had a fire from range. It was untroubling for Olsen. Again for Fitzroy, it is a second half where they will want to make their statement. Hume have got to follow. They will want to know they've got to be perfect, as Bennett was found by Polisina and just steered it the outside of the uprights way. And they all know they can make a statement. Every single game is a statement in its own right for the reigning champions at the moment. Sets up Hume next week, a massive game. At the top of the table, already in its second instalment early in the season. They faced each other to round out the opening fortnight. Most entertaining fixture. Two teams who are eyeing the crown. Hawker's got some room. Duffy was out with her. Polisina finally got back. Just unable to make their way further beyond Eve McClure. There's Wilbert. Polisina searching. Duffy got him. Freya Duffy continued. Diana Frescalzo again was there to close the door. Someone who is ever understated, though never underappreciated. That ball, though, from McClure too far behind Frescalzo, who was unable to get back in time. Reece Interisi time to run his own respective changes at the start of the half. And Vari readied as McClure and Bennett, and respectively and retrospectively a free kick. Carlton Hart had thought the advantage had expired. It had not. Fitzroy free kick, Polisina over it. Another good opportunity for them. Two in the wall. It is Polisina's free kick. Olsen denied it via the post. Was drilled under the wall, and Emma Olsen was sprawled in order to keep it out. Hart survivor scare, just, only just. It was hit sweetly from Rihanna Polisina. As Hawker's stint comes to its end, and Vari is brought back on. Player who looked good in the first half. Look to get Hart further forward. For Easton Teresi, he must be wondering what his side can conjure to claw momentum back in this game. Frescalzo up, and Vari had given a shove. Fitzroy free kick. A couple of the Hume ensemble who tonight will find themselves in a very Dutch shade of orange to close the show. Against Melbourne Aku, they will be watching and knowing exactly what this means for their own respective early season title prospect. They again have to be faultless if it is to stay this way, and certainly if Fitzroy are to stretch their legs further. Frescalzo. On for Bennett. Polisina. Taken up by Wilbert, who had Polisina to evade. And Polisina was relentless in her hustle. Fleury tried to play it down the line, cut out by Frescalzo, who had options left and right, one of whom was Polisina. Set for Frescalzo. Wilbur got a crucial flick, and Duffy will benefit. With two up with her, the ball for Amvari was too heavy. Mason Jones will see it out of play. In a story that is still developing, Abdulatif is still down and is still being tended to. She may play no further part tonight. There is already that potential. Fitzroy will hope, we will hope it is precautionary rather than necessary. One of this league's brightest stars. Not wanting to miss time as Polisina stung the palms of Olsen, who could only parry it off the bar and away for a corner. Fitzroy are shifting through the gears. Was hit with venom. Too vicious for Olsen to handle. Corner set for Frescalzo, who will whip her effort wide. Fleury's run comes to its end. And Coach Cripps, who is the sole Carlton goal scorer, directly from a very well taken free kick. Someone who's looked bright this season as Bridis ran into Anvari, who then took it off her. Ava Bridis was rapid in retreat. Anvari found her too tricky to go around. Coach Cripps trying to work a yard. The angle got tighter. Polisina kept the door closed. Fitzroy have been looking at the start of this second half, with Amanda Raha in particular, who is sizing up Duffy at the moment. Tried to thread for Bridis, who slid with Amvari. She went and won it instead. Away from Araha, Coach Cripps tried to get ahead of Frescalzo, who twisted and turned, so was able to get herself out of a bit of a bind. Carlton have done what they've done in recent weeks, which is make the start to the second half an arm wrestle. Make it tricky. Dry up the flow of opportunities. As that's a gorgeous ball for Frescalzo, who just couldn't take it on the swivel. Olsen was momentarily unaware of what was forthcoming. Was Polisina at her best. In terms of just a gentle dink over the top and round the back. And here is Polisina again, who has dictated this second half so far. Bridis made her move, and the ball was just too heavy. They are playing with real rhythm. Those two in particular have struck up a almost telepathic combination. Polisina and Bridis have already combined for almost 30 goals this season, and that's given away for Polisina, who will hit the base of the post. Needed not a second invitation to strike, and nearly made Hart pay for giving her a gift. Good take from a coach Cripps, good challenge from Polisina, who picked her pocket, was driving forward, ran into Duffy, taken up by Amvari. Now Freya Duffy on former coach Cripps, got ahead of Mason Jones and rolled in a second for herself at the end of a really good Carlton break. Lovely goal. Drive from Duffy, and the ball was weighted wonderfully from a coach Cripps, who just rolled it coolly beyond Mason Jones. And so Hearts have hit the second half's first strike. What change does that cause for Fitzroy? Amvari was in robustly, and Araha then was in firmly. Will it make the difference for Carlton Heart, who have started this half brightly, similar to when these teams met earlier in the campaign? They also started the second half well. Have found a habit of staying in games and staying in moments, even when down. Frescalzo on the swivel, wins a corner. Olsen setting what she hopes will be a tough defensive barrier. Araha left it, Frescalzo caught it though, was not able to divert it dangerously. Coach Cripps exchanged for Hawker, who is found by Duffy immediately, though couldn't turn Araha without running out of room. McClure returned it for Amanda Araha. Out the other way was Frescalzo. Who can go? Again, Duffy, who has had a good night tonight, has stood her up well again. For Fitzroy next week it's Hume. For Carlton Heart it's 1-0. Two massive games in their respective seasons. You look ahead towards the middle patch of September. 1-0 face the Tigers. Heart have got Aku. And then for Carlton it's Pascoe Vale. For Fitzroy it's Aku's turn. And then to round out the month, Carlton Heart, Cume, Fitzroy, Pascoe Vale. The last two games that September will have to offer before we turn towards October. And a proper look at the start of the run-in for a title race and a season that's shaping up nicely in terms of who could fall where. For Carlton, this is a really good showcase of what they can do. Fitzroy have been good at blowing teams away this campaign. Goal difference not being too heavily hampered could prove critical, though they still stay 9 points from 1-0, 3 points from Aku if it remains as is. 3 points above Pascoe Vale. Again, deft from Duffy. Wilbert wandered away from Frescalzo. Freya Duffy had Bridis to go at. Back by Eva Bridis, who then sauntered superbly away from a pair. Frescalzo looked to steer for McClure. Duffy again was there to intervene. She's had a good night, Freya Duffy, up until this point, as Amvari couldn't get beyond Araha. It'll benefit Wilbert, whose footwork was superb, to set away, and on for Hawker. Araha there to intervene, wanting to pirouette out of trouble. Drop back for McClure instead, and Fitzroy can calm it down. A good Carlton throw forward though. McClure searching and searching superbly. Frescalzo's take a bit heavy. Hawker then came in. Araha. Good take from Wilbert. Who can charge? Amvari was with her, though the angle got close quickly in order to find her. McClure's touch again, marshalled by Duffy. A lot of these Carlton Heart girls have played in Defeats against the Tigers have played in games against Fitzroy. They are finding a way to make this second half a real contest at the moment. Comfortably Carlton's best showing against Fitzroy for some time. Ticking towards the halfway stage of this second half. Walker up the line, Wilbert away by Frascalzo. McClure on for Bridis, set back for Araha. Fitzroy wanting to find something. Araha, Frascalzo. Couldn't quite thread it for McClure, and Vari read it well, then gave it away for Claudia Frascalzo to get a foot in. Again, there is movement. Carlton Hart touchline. Hawker looked to saunter away from Frascalzo and couldn't. She wanted a free kick. Bridis has got a breakaway. Araha with her. Ava Bridis, for a moment, looked as though she could go alone. Set it back for McClure, on for Araha. Frascalzo. And Vari in. McClure got the final touch. Very patient second half so far. Reigning champions have not been brutal. It has been more calculated from Fitzroy, and Carlton are the only side to hit the score sheet up to this point. It's been mightily impressive from Reece Interisi and co in this second half. It's again Bounds being showcased on a side that have never really been completely blown away bar opening night this campaign. Fitzroy wanted a corner, which they will not get. Up by McClure, covered by Frascalzo. Bridis had made a central move. Diana Frascalzo sorted the shape out. Neve McClure once again. Claudia Frascalzo. Howard warding her off. Diana Frascalzo took over. McClure was deepest. Bridis is occupying Flory and now looked to be found. Howard stepped in and retrospectively won a free kick. Second half of some frustration. Policina reinstated is the one whenever Fitzroy need a quick flurry. Hart have shaded this half so far. That's given away though to Frascalzo. Claudia for Diana. McClure is running at the back post, and Neve McClure will have it fall for her to tap in at the end of a smartly made run. A bit of a gift. Carlton architects of their own downfall. Free kick which was taken too quickly, was taken errantly. Fitzroy went up the other end. Both Frascalzos combined. McClure was simply there to stroll it in. A game that could mirror, at the moment, the opening night of the season. Opening game of the campaign. Duffy getting ready for another stint. Reece Interisi, though, must be at least somewhat impressed by what he's seen so far in this second half. Hart have been good to their credit since the break. That's a good read from Wilbert. Well, Coach Cripps was further forward. Deftly done from Cobby Wilbert. And to clip in behind for Howard. Well read by McClure. On for Frascalzo. Set for Bennett. Policina. Oh, gorgeous. Just how good is that? For McClure to stroll in another at the end of a symphony of a Fitzroy goal. Played at the finest tune. The ball from Policina was perfect. And McClure wandered in to tally up another. Second half that's been frustrating. That is how quickly they can turn the screw, how quickly they can go up the gears. It was full throttle in no time at all. What a reflection of the hard good work that has been done. Fitzroy flurry, just at the right time for them. Hearts had a momentous second half to this point. They played well. There's McClure on the drive. Olsen uncertain, though didn't get a flick. This is, of course, a Hart team who will have Lucinda Bowen coming back into the fray. Who will have a night like this not too many more times this campaign. Only twice more will they have to play the Tigers beyond this point. And for Easton Teresi and co, this again is a performance to build on. It's a young core that have been entrusted, as Coach Cripps in particular has had a really good night. That way, no way to evade McClure. Policina's up, likewise Bennett. Jana Bennett was chosen. Policina was on her own and has rolled it wide. Oh my word. You do not see that often. Policina fluffed her lines. The back post was vacant. And the league's top scorer, maybe for the first time, with a not so golden touch. Though here she is again, wanting to rectify things quickly and winning a corner. Policina with depth. Frescalzo on the volley. It always was an awkward one to get under and get control of. All just sat up off the bounce. Wasn't one which she could connect cleanly with. Had the time afforded to let it sit. Got a decent strike off in the end. Duffy. Won by McClure. Space for Frescalzo. And a good save from Olsen. Another Fitzroy corner. Araha is just tiptoeing forward to the back post. Policina will give it a drive. Good height for Olsen, who saw it well, and then looked to thread Coach Cripps, who got ahead of Mason Jones, though could not loft it over. Though she is hunting a hat-trick against the reigning champions. It would certainly be something for the evening, for her evening. There's Araha. Policina, that's a lovely ball for Frescalzo, who was wanting to ward off Duffy. Diana Frescalzo did evade her. It was cut off by Hawker, who cleared only as far as Bennett. On her own was Policina. Wilbert kept the door closed for a brief moment in time. Frescalzo, Bennett, good challenge by Cobby Wilbert again, and a good turn this time. Deftly done. Coach Cripps just couldn't quite refine her. Second half really that has seen a good flow to it. We're ticking towards the final 5 in Darabin. Fitzroy will want to take a couple more with them, you would imagine. There's Bridis, who's been reinstated, had no way through Hawker. 3 up for Carlton. Hawker opted to go alone, and Coach Cripps was in behind, was denied by Mason Jones of a hat-trick. Carlton corner. Hawker's take with depth for Wilbert, who had got it from Duffy, given away to Bridis, who stumbled, and Coach Cripps can benefit. Ava Bridis in firmly but fairly. Araha, Bennett, and space for Bridis, and further is Frescalzo, though Duffy was there to deny her that. And then played a gorgeous ball for Hawker, who sat 2 down and scored superbly. That's a great goal. A really well taken finish. Smashing ball to find her. And Maddie Hawker kept her cool. Of course, they synchronised slide and then steered it home. And Hart will get again something to go with them, and again something to smile about. Night that was nowhere near as gloomy as the opening one. Bennett, Fitzroy looking to reply with an equally beautiful goal in kind. Olsen was alert to it. Frascalzo wins a corner. Bride is sauntering over to take. Taken for Araha. And the block on Amvari was too fierce and too firm. Claudia Frascalzo not best pleased about it. Set short for Amvari, recovered by Frascalzo. Behind Bennett, though for Mason Jones. Fitzroy wanting to take double digits with them again. Bennett, Frascalzo made her move. Jana Bennett didn't quite thread it, and instead Hawker could go the other way. Heart of another opportunity, and the second attempt was rushed and scuffed in the end. Those are the opportunities, though. Created. That's a gorgeous take from Frascalzo. Wilbur kept the door closed, then got away from Bridis. Hawker warding off Bennett. Bridis left the leg in to really good effect. Bennett looking the turn. Hawker with no way through. Bennett breezed beyond and flashed her effort across the face. Again for Hearts, a night that they can take a lot of positives from. Result is not to fall favourably for them, though. This is a much improved performance than opening night. Side who have built through this campaign. Hawker is warding off two and did so well. Reece Teresi will be pleased with what he's seen, certainly this second half. Side who are certainly showcasing that they are building this campaign. Jimmy Soufis will be a bit frustrated, perhaps wanting to fine-tune things going into Hume next week, which never proves an easy prospect. That ball, though, from Duffy, too heavy for Miriam Amvari to get on the end of. Policina in a hurry. Frascalzo wanting the return. Hawker got a foot in. Bridis on the drive. Blocked by Wilbert. 3-on-2 for Hart, who have got a counter on. Colby Wilbert wanting late joy. Hawker rolled it wide of the post. They have created chances, though, and a plethora of them in this second half. A couple of good looks in the last couple of minutes for Hawker too, who could have herself a hat-trick. Frascalzo speared it. Duffy intervened. Bridis with a good lunge, just as Wilbert was looking to be released. Show closer forthcoming. The Black Army and Aku. Hume hunting a way of staying in the discussion for the top. Melbourne Aku wanting to throw a spanner in the works and give their own respective prospects a boost. Fitzroy still a chasing message. Bridis away from Duffy. Ava Bridis still fancies one. Coach Cripps couldn't quite. Bridis steered it. McClure got up and will nod in a double-digiter. Bridis bustled her way beyond the lots and steered it too tall for Olsen, where Niamh McClure got big at the back post. Sauntered in and nodded home superbly. And that, for Fitzroy, might be the cherry on top of the cake. In a half that, for them, has been mightily frustrating at times. Carlton Hart touchline have liked what they've seen for good swathes. They think as though they've got one more in them to take for the road. Wilbert, what can they work? Duffy look to drill it. McClure is countering, 2 up with her, one of whom was Bridis. The other is Polisina. Wilbur kept the door closed, set back for Friscalzo. Won by McCoach Cripps, who was hat-trick hunting and had 2 going forwards. To take it quickly, and then retrospectively it will go the other way. 75 seconds to the close in Darabin. There are some slightly disheartened Carlton Harden looks. Jimmy Soufis is cutting a figure of some frustration too. They go into next week, he would have wanted to fine-tune. Double digits is nothing to shrug at, though they know. Particularly the second half, Fitzroy. They have not been at their finest tune. Well, a couple of goals they have scored. When it has come off, it has been glorious. Though on this occasion, Carlton have shown a lot of fight, a lot of heart, a lot of mettle, more so than anything. Still have some time to withstand in the final minutes of the second installation for Friday night. Friscalzo, the Fitzroy want one more. Polisina looked to set for Bridis. Flory did well. Duffy driving, likewise Wilbert. They're way beyond McClure. Still they will be top. Still it will be a 3-point buffer for now. The question will be, can it be equalled again, as it has been throughout every stage of the season's early patches and parts. No, for Fitzroy, they can turn an eye to next week. They can turn an eye to a fixture of massive importance. Only time they dropped points so far this campaign was at the hands of Hume last time they met. They were perfect before on opening night. They've been perfect since. Have Carlton got a late look, perhaps for one more? Bridis was there as Duffy went direct. 8 seconds to the close. Is there to be one last look? Recent Teresi is cutting a more jovial figure than recent weeks, and that's because they've shown some grit and they've shown some guile. Though Fitzroy will fire true, will keep themselves at the top of the table heading into a big game. Full time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 10, Carlton Heart 3. A win for Fitzroy that keeps them top of the table. I've got Scott Rogan here with me. Scott, first of all, a real game of two halves for your girls tonight. The first half you were fantastic. The second half, the goals were certainly a highlight. Was it a half of fine-tuning or was it one more of frustration?
Yeah, obviously you could tell the way we were playing is a little bit different both halves. I think we're just trying to focus on a few things, especially coming into the big game next week. We're just trying to fix a few things. So I think our focus on certain things, we kind of dropped off a little bit in other areas.
And you mentioned the big game against you next week, which could be crucial for both teams already early in this season. Is it one that you look at, especially off the back of a second half tonight, and think about the things that you could tweak even further in order to put in a strong showing?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just even this game. We're working week by week. We've been doing it, starting with training for the last couple of seasons now. So obviously trying to perfect everything, working on the stuff we're already doing well. And yeah, we'll just see if we can bring it to the game.
And finally, part of a coaching staff and a coaching team that certainly are perfectionists when it comes to futsal, and when you see that comes off, it looks fantastic. Were you hoping at this stage in the season perhaps not to have dropped any points at all, to be going for something of a perfect season in a way?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we take it game by game, but I think the hardest game to challenge us was that Hume game, and even then, I think up until the end we thought we had it, and we copped a couple of goals last minute or two. Yeah, we're trying to, like you said, trying to push for perfection, but it's obviously always hard to achieve, but we're just, taking it week by week.
Scott, pleasure as always. Thank you so much for your time, and, well, look forward to next week. Final installation of the night. And Hume, having seen what Fitzroy did in the second edition, will want to respond in kind, keep themselves going toe-to-toe for two teams who meet next week. They cannot already afford to be looking 7 sleeps ahead. These two met on opening night, where Hume kick-started a new chapter, and they did so with a win against a very different look Melbourne Aku team to the one which takes to court this evening. For QEMU and Co, it is very much a side that has opportunity for rotation. They can get themselves further back towards the picture at the top 3 and match 1-0's result without losing any early steam, though it's a Hume side that have been building, that are built on momentum and will want to keep so rolling if they are to go into next week toe-to-toe with the reigning champions. Though Alexia Duff is on an early drive, and the space in behind was nearly one that proved problematic. Opportunity really for Aku this evening to throw a spanner in the works of a Hume team that have been building momentum early on this campaign. It's Isabella Cincotta, who has made a bright start to life in Aku colours. Recycles for Mergianos, threaded for Duff. Drops off into room where many were advancing, though not able to get on the end of it. You just wonder for both of these two teams what their respective prospects might look like. Well, this is the second stage where they meet one another this campaign. Hume will want to do the double, will want to make things in their advantage early. Well, life is not to be made easy for them by an Aku side that have shown they can go toe-to-toe. We're on the wrong end of a bit of a shootout last week. Defeated 12-7 by 1-0 in a game that was topsy-turvy, a real roller coaster of a futsal match to close out Friday night. Hume will be hoping to avoid a similar fate, though Aku has started brightly, and Duff has got a yard, and Cincotta on the overlap, whose effort will be deflected by Piers Barlow, and Al Hayek will sprawl to prevent a corner. And Piers Barlow couldn't find Tuana Cool down the line. In order to do so, The early shout from Nicholas Parthamos on the touchline is to take things easily, to slow the game down. He alongside Suleiman Mohammed and a slightly more pensive-looking Isho Haskell. All in the Hume force tonight. Kui Mu is the sole Aku member, no Joe Akon on the touchline. He's got 2 substitutes for which he can divert towards. Hume's bench is littered with players who have already featured this season, players who we are also not strangers to. Side that has been built with the opportunity and the prospect of going the distance if there is to be a materialised title race. Daniel Bradley is one of the big-ins for Kui Mu, restored to the Aku sticks. Again, no Jess Hour this evening for the time being. As we've seen of Bradley for some time. There's 2 on a call. Told by Rodrigo Salas on our broadcast side to remove a slight band on her wrist as Aku have got their opportunities early on in this game. Similar vein to how the first time these two met settled. Hume did not settle until the second half. And it was really down to Kui Mu's side to close out the game, which they couldn't. Duff is driving forwards, though unable to go too much further. That being said, it is a bright start for those in Evergreen. As Piers Barlow set back for Allerton. Tawana call. Allerton thought she had Diaz on, no way through Chinkota. Many a name on the Hume bench. Jacinta De Cruz makes a return to Series Futsal. Stella Nissan too. Christine Hanno's looked bright. There's a return to the matchday squad for Louise Hewitt as well. Hume team that want to go the journey. Allerton, too heavy for Cool, though perfect for Piers Barlow, who will win a corner. First time Hume have really gone through the gears and looked to turn the screw. Piers Barlow's set piece. Cool looking to work and facet an angle for herself, though was unable to. All remained slightly close. Tawana call again. This time with an effort that was scuffed. Chinkota had gone forward. Allerton had a poke. Just as Mergianos came to close the door. It's been an Aku team that have been hot and cold this season so far. See what they can look to do. That's good from Duff, who just showed Piers Barlow the door. Chinkota recycled through Mergianos. Those two have become really key players in the early weeks of the season for Kui Mu and co. There's Allerton. Here's Barlow. Tried to thread for Allerton. In a way that for Aku they just cannot concede at this stage in the game. They've started brightly in the opening 4 minutes of stop clock futsal. Closing act on a bit of a chilly one to round out August and to round out the winter as Bradley's forced into a save. Duff recovered. Mergianos looked to move it on no further than Piers Barlow, who will whip her effort wide of the post. It's been a season of, for Aku, immense rotation to the matchday squad. Hume have had a very steady flow of personnel. They have looked to add to. Daniela Diaz, one of them who's hit the ground running, is well and truly in the Golden Boot race early doors in the campaign. Want to keep up her good goal-scoring form to start the season as Piers Barlow is hustling. Giannis looked to be found. Diaz stole in and worked to yards and won a corner. Quick from Diaz. And it's all for Aku flipped in an orange flash. Diaz's corner, set for Tuana Call, who shifted a yard, and Bradley was there to gather. Chinkota. Mergianos gave it away to Allerton, who looked to poke on for Diaz. Again, just couldn't quite. Here's Barlow. Allerton. Again, Cincotta too tough to go beyond. Again, Anna Piers-Barlow, who is looking to make things happen. Allerton dropped off smartly. There was then space for Diaz, no way through Mergianos, recovered by Cincotta, who got beyond Tuana Cool. Duff was further forward. Aku again have just not been able to be broken through. Good read from Allerton. Mergianos went searching. It's an interesting night. Hume, normally the Black Army, are themselves this evening sporting a very Dutch shade of orange. Aku in their ever-present, ever-recognisable, ever-green. There's Piers-Barlow, gave it away, and Duff is on the drive. Alexia Duff in behind was denied by Hayek, who made a massive save. First real opportunity of consequence for Aku. Al Hayek was equal to it. Cincotta then recovered it. Cool got a foot in. Allerton, away beyond Isabella Cincotta. Nicholas Pathmos wanting to run the changes on the Hume touchline already. There's Diaz, who took it deftly. Mergianos then was sat down. Daniela Diaz steered for Allerton at the back post, who scores. And Hume have the lead. In a flash. Diaz did delightfully. It was too pacey for Cool, and Allerton then thumped in at the back stick to thump Hume on their way. Opening passage where they've had to absorb. Hume now land the first blow, and Diaz looked to land the second, though rolled it wide of the post. Two scares for Aku, one they didn't survive, one they did. Allerton's good read. Piers-Barlow now in space. Clarissa Allerton, measured for Diaz. Sized up Cincotta, Stella Nissan. Allerton. And the switch was Piers-Barlow, who opened up space. Good foot in from Mergianos. Daniela Diaz. Set back for Allerton, who fancied a drive. Awkward for Bradley, who concedes the corner. Quick Aku start has petered away. They've now got defending to do. Corner for Piers-Barlow, who spun superbly away from one, but couldn't quite the second. Recovered by Mergianos, moved on for Cincotta. Aku wanting to conjure something in way of retort. It was speared by Piers-Barlow. Diaz did well. Allerton lost out. Nissan in retreat. First time really that Hume have not been able to keep high pressure on. Diaz was then spun. And the effort in behind nearly beats Al Hayek. As it nearly was diverted through the lot. Kuyemu, Aku and co. A really good look for them. They have opportunity to get themselves firmly back in the picture. Nissan sliding. Diaz was in retreat. Allerton came through. Poked on by Nissan. Opportunity for Hume with Diaz. Given away to Mergianos, who again has had a stumble. Allerton recovered it and calmed it down. There's Allerton. Still twisting and turning. Away from Badahic. Quite able on this occasion to keep it rolling. Allerton's sake this time evaded the two in orange who were waiting. Very measured start from both of these teams. Neither has really thrown too much at the other. Hume ahead courtesy of Clarissa Allerton, a skipper's goal which has set them in good stead. Aku, in the meantime, have just gone about clawing the momentum which had evaded them back. Bradley had already touched it. And they will get a look for a second. Aku nearly architects of their own downfall. Hume have got a good look. Here's Barlow in conversation with Nick Parthamos on the touchline, who is setting his set piece. Allerton and Diaz, the two holding conversation over who will be the one to take. Diaz, Piers Barlow, Allerton, they nearly worked it wonderfully. Oh, so nearly, given away to Nissan. Magianos then giving chase and got there ahead of Piers Barlow. Aku are hanging in there a little bit of sorts. Piers Barlow's take with pace, too much pace for Nissan. As again, get another side ball opportunity. Touch of a member of the crowd was tested, and it was a rather good one. All said and considered, as Allerton steered for Diaz. And Daniela Diaz on the swivel, Bradley with a good save. Recovered by Allerton. Away from Beradic. Nissan was just unable to get further forward. Beradic had space and had runners. All was set behind for Diaz in return. Either side can keep it under in a chaotic passage. Next here, Duff getting readied. Mergianos threaded it superbly. Hewitt warding off, and Hewitt winning out. Mergianos. Aku conjures something. Good challenge from Nissan, who did superbly. Diaz. Hewitt alongside her, couldn't get beyond Duff. There's Allerton. Clip for Diaz, return for Allerton. Oh, lovely, wonderful 1-2 and denied by Bradley, who came out to make a massive save. Duff then, away from Nissan. Alexia Duff on the drive. Al Hayek came out to slide. Nissan continued. Duff. Beradic, Hume couldn't clear. Mergianos will see her effort over. And a rolling foul for good measure. Rodrigo Salas on our broadcast side there to issue. Matteo Caligari on the far side. And we've got Benny Howell, who is taking time and looking after the benches to close the show. Hannah twisting and turning out of trouble, found Nissan. His ball was hit with just a fraction too much pace for Hewitt to get onto. Cincotta, who has been bright, who has been lively. Space for Mergianos. Beradic was lurking. Allerton happy just to steer it away. As we've hit the halfway stage of this first half to the closing edition of the night in Darebin. Evening that has a fraction of frostiness to it now. As Hewitt gave it away. Recovered by Beradic, who tried to work a yard and forced the save out of Al Hayek, who got down well to deny her. Magianos' take. Beradic couldn't get it under. Allerton, Hannah. De Cruz was beyond her. Hewitt was on the switch. Louise Hewitt did well to recover. Cruz was down the line. Duff ensured the door was closed. There's no way further forward. Aku are building some momentum. Set for Chincotta. Margianos. Again wanting to work a yard. Isabella Chincotta was beyond. In was Allerton. Anna couldn't get it under. And Margianos happy to allow it to trickle out of play. There is a lot of instruction going on from the Hume touchline. I think Parthamos has been animated. Suleiman Mohammed is in conversation. Likewise, Isho Haskell. All three of that trio are busy at the moment. Kuimu cutting a different figure as Chincotta is charging. Duff was on her own and went the return when she maybe could have had a drive. Hewitt can counter through the legs of Margianos. Well, recovered by Duff, who got it back in kind. Baradic swarmed by De Cruz, one back by Allerton, on by Hannah. De Cruz unable to turn Chincotta. Allerton, Hewitt, who opened up. Was waiting on an option. Baradic got in the meantime. Allerton steered it superbly. Hannah's touch was heavy. Chincotta got a foot in. Duff. Baradic will drive, and will drive wide. Game has just opened up a little bit. Again, as Allerton for Tuana call. Christine Hannah had taken it deftly. Margianos was there to meet her. Hume have been conjuring at times in this half. Aku have had a very, very good couple of looks themselves. Alex forced into a number of saves. Cool look to evade Margianos. And Duff got a boot in. Steered it away to safety. Been a half that has been in stalemate. It was Jessau who scored late in the half that put Aku 1-0 up. This is a reverse of that scoreline towards the halfway stage. Hume came back to win 4-2 on that night. Strong second half showing from the Black Army. Chincotta looked to steer it for Duff. Tuana Cool flicked it further acrobatically. From Hume has been good thus far. Duff, deft, Chincotta couldn't clip away from Allerton. If you've just joined us tonight, first of all, a very good evening to you. You've missed a pair of fixtures this evening of respective importance. 1-0 were far too strong for Pascoe Vale in the early kick-off. Fitzroy ensured they stayed top for the time being, unless Hume have a glut of goals late in this game. With an imposing win over Carlton Hart, as Duff is in behind here, and Al Hayek is again there to deny her. Aku may be a goal down, but they are crafting. As Margianos this time whips wider the near post. Christine Hannah. Allerton. Tuana Cool was warded off by Margianos. Chincotta, Duff, who took deftly on the turn. Steered for Isabella Chincotta. Hannah got a foot in at the right time. Just allowed it to trickle for Al Hayek. Again, Margianos with a good read. Chincotta, and Allerton this time is the one to get a foot in to good effect. Margianos conjures something. Has been bright since making the move to Aku, her second season. Certainly started brighter than the first, has really taken a role well as Tuana Cool is in behind. Had two to evade, had De Cruz in retreat. Cool still wandering and wandering out of room. Again for Chincotta. Opportunity with a really good start to the campaign for her too. Former Fitzroy Tiger has settled in seamlessly to Aku Green. As again, Tuana Cool wants to go at Chincotta and away from Margianos, though no further. Game has ebbed and flowed so far. Momentum has shifted sharply. Piers-Barlow's touch was heavy. That's a good ball from Mergianos. Aku could counter. Chinkota was on her own. El Hayek was there to deny, and Allerton came crashing through to clear at the expense of a corner. Chinkota over to take.
Well, I'm actually a spider. I actually invited myself to collaborate and fix my
Set for Mergianos, who caught it decently, though not as dangerously as she initially thought. De Cruz had a Hume period of progression and pressure. Aku now wanting to respond in kind again. Piers-Barlow on the press, and Piers-Barlow on the press to good effect. Ticking towards the first half's final 5. And still Clarissa Allerton is the difference maker, though picked off by De Cruz now. Cool. Piers-Barlow, patient. De Cruz got a yard, as did Tuana Cool, who was in behind. Tried to shift away from Bradley, who then made a brilliant save to deny De Cruz. Hume have a corner, though they had a good look at 2. Set with depth for Allerton, who tried to tiptoe forward. Mergianos and Aku can counter. Allerton is caught short. El Hayek has come charging, and the effort is steered wide of the post. Golden look for QEMU's side to get level. And it has been those critical moments that they simply haven't seized so far. Chinkota was there to work it well. Hume were just caught short for the first time in this game. Have been measured well enough in this first half to this point. As again, El Hayek went long. Good take from Tuana Cool. Look to help it for Allerton, who will trickle out of play. Diaz reinstated. Maybe for the halves closing set. As again, Diaz simply there to usher out a play. And a half that is not fallen into stalemate or drabness at all. Since that early goal, Piers-Barlow under pressure from Duff. Couldn't steer it on for Tuana Cool. Aku have pressed high and have pressed high in solid stead so far in this game. Mergianos. Steered for Allerton. Clarissa Allerton has been the cause of much Hume tranquility so far tonight. Not just with the opening goal, defensively has been assured. There's El Hayek likewise. And look to release Piers-Barlow. Mergianos got up. Tuana Cool, lovely swivel. And couldn't quite steer it for Piers-Barlow. Mergianos in the way, recycled through Duff. Beradic couldn't get there. Diaz, Cool, Piers-Barlow on her own. They still can't quite find her. Daniela Diaz on the drive, wins a corner. Hume wanting to end the half in a flurry. Set by Diaz. Piers-Barlow engrossed in a battle. Allerton, Cool, only for Mergianos. Allerton read it well. Diaz was also on her own. Beradic then evaded well, and Aku, for a brief moment, had an opportunity. Duff was on the switch. Cool is in retreat, and El Hayek is beaten, and Aku are level. Hume cut apart. And Aku have found the equaliser they sought on the stroke of the break. If there's ever a time to land a leveller, 3 to half time, you can build momentum off it before the half is out. Beradic with a good take, and Aku are in once again. Piers-Barlow in retreat. Duff was on her own and fluffed her lines. That a golden opportunity to flip this game on its head within a minute. Hume had just become a touch unsettled that last minute before concession. There's a wry smile from Suleiman Mohammed, who cannot believe it. Good read from Allerton. On for Diaz, who's looking to turn out of trouble. Had no one in way of return. Under 2.5 to half time here in Darabin. Aku have dragged themselves level. End of another good patch in a half that's toed and froed. Beradic did well. Gianos couldn't quite. Can they find another way ahead? Either of these two now. We are back where we started. Allerton, Nissan, unable to spin Mergianos. Taken up by Piers Barlow, who couldn't find Diaz. Cut out by Duff, who had a really good look moments ago. Beradic, Mergianos. Here's Barlow. Hustled too harshly. Aku free kick. Mergianos' free kick. Aku with an opportunity that could prove promising. Into the final 2 minutes of this first half. Mergianos' take. Stella Nissan did her job. Duff, Mergianos given away via a ricochet. Diaz looked to keep it alive. Duff had battled diligently, gave it away to Piers Barlow, who had a stumble and a moment, and Al Hayek was forced into another massive save. Hume cannot get out. Aku ramping the pressure up. Al Hayek's palms were stung. Flung long for Diaz, who only nodded to Beradic. Aku getting caught in transition. Beradic tipped it out of play. Anna Piers Barlow was headed into the dressing room. There is a subplot unfolding. Good take from Diaz. In the meantime, look to work hard on Mergianos. Got a foot in well. Allerton, Nissan. Stella Nissan superb. Diaz on her own. Bradley's denial. And Diaz's second effort is fired wide. A golden Hume glimmer. Within the final minute of the first half. 50 seconds to the break in Darabin. A half that has flown by. Nissan lost out. Diaz. Hewitt, who was under pressure from Duff. Is there one last twist to the tail? One last change to the first half script. Allerton gave it away. Mergianos picked it up. Beradic further forward. Duff on the switch was Cincotta. The 1-2 was inviting. Hewitt got in the way and had to, not once but twice. 25 seconds to the break in Darabin. Aku are finishing stronger. Beradic, marshalled by Hewitt. Will be a corner. Aku's late surge. Set for Mergianos, who's away from Nissan. Annabelle Mergianos tried to steer it, away by Allerton. Duff will recover. Diaz went to press. Duff had space. Cincotta could get it. Beradic, no way further. Hume with 4 seconds then. Could they get a late look? First half's last knockings. Diaz will drive it. Bradley will gather. Hewitt was lurking, and so we go to the break where we started. Aku responded from a Clarissa Allerton opener. The break for the closing show. It's Hume 1, Melbourne Aku 1. Turning from half-time here in Darabin. We are where we started. Hume had started brightly in this game. They were reined in by Melbourne Aku. A lot to ponder at the break for Nick Parthamos, Suleiman Mohammed, Isho Haskell and co. See if they can flip this game in their favour. The last time these two teams met on the opening night of the season, Hume were a goal down at the break, courtesy of a lovely Jessauer move, then came back to win 4-2. Set their season in good stead for where they are now. They know how important a win is tonight. It keeps them level on pace and on points with Fitzroy going into next week. For Aku, though, a lot of positives for QEMU to take from the opening 20. They, too, can go about restoring their own respective hopes and prospects of a positive 2026 season 2. QEMU must be best pleased with what they have seen. Perhaps unlucky they haven't been in front. Al Hayek's made a number of really good saves. As Diaz sets back for Allerton, Hume are wanting to cause an early issue. So on a call took over. Daniela Diaz, Allerton. Working a yard on Chincotta. Still going is Allerton, and it was whipped teasingly to a vacant back post. Diaz had drifted centrally in order to try and steer Hume ahead. Ball was with pace, with depth. Too much for her. This time up was Allerton. Wanting a very good start to this half. Created a number of opportunities. Alexia Duff had 2 or 3 in particular that were troubling for Al Hayek. Likewise, Isabella Chincotta had a good look. See what they can conjure from beyond this stage. It's a Hume team that have hit double digits in back-to-back weeks. It would need a serious smattering of goals for that to happen once again. To turn the screw at the start of this half. They will not want it to become one of attrition. The longer things get close, they get cagier. Door stays open. Cool look to go beyond the lot. Mergianos got a foot in, then Bradley came sliding through. Diaz cut it off. On for Piers Barlow. Slid superbly for Allerton, who worked a yard for herself, though Bradley was undeterred. Might have a busy second half. Danielle Bradley had a bit to do in the first half, which all bar the opener from close quarters, she did well. Chincotta is causing menace and has picked Piers Barlow's pocket, though the angle was too tight for her to make much more of an issue out of it. QEMU very vocal at the start of this half. Diaz and Mergianos entangled. Mergianos wins a free kick. Can Aku conjure something at the start of this second half? They had built some momentum towards the end of the first, as Allerton had to get in crucially. to clear her lines. It's a very nervy looking Hume bench. Isho Haskell is cutting an anxious figure. As Chincotta was just given a little clip by Piers Barlow. Another Aku free kick. 2 early Hume fouls. We have not yet had 3 minutes of stop clock futsal. Mergianos and Chincotta, the two holding court over it. Set for Mergianos, who will steer her effort over. They've made a brighter start though. Have QEMU's side. You haven't settled. Good read from Mergianos again, who's had a stormer to start this half. Got it back from Chincotta, whom she returned it to. Allerton was in the way. Isabella Chincotta on the drive. Their waiting was cool. And now Diaz. And now the break. Tuana Cool was in behind for a brief moment in time. Ball was a fraction too heavy. Likewise, her touch on that occasion.
He's made a whole piece at this stage. A fraction here, a fraction there.
Mergianos. Good read from Allerton. One back by Chincotta. And Tuana Cool just had to go and get a foot in. Let's flick off Chincotta. Hume just wanting to settle into this half. Nicholas Partamos encouraging his side to start again. As Cool looked to slide it, De Cruz was momentarily in behind. Mergianos came across. The Cruisers take Allerton with the yards. It took a deflection. It will be a corner.
Same thing.
Hume building. Having survived a wave. The Cruisers corner. Good foot in from Duff. Source of some frustration. The way in which that set piece was deconstructed. QEMU will be most delighted with the way his side have started this half, bar a goal to get them ahead. Allerton with whip, cut out by Chincotta, who got in ahead of Diaz. Duff was on her own, and Allerton was there to get a foot in to good effect, which she had to do. Set for Mergianos. To thread it in the channel. Where Aku have, in the first half, fallen short when they had the opportunities, when they had the momentum. Had not been able to get it under. Allerton again wanted to close the middle. Good take from Cool, who can go at Mergianos, though not beyond Mergianos. Who just watched all the way and warded her off. Space down the line for Diaz. A return for Tuana Cool, who was encased in evergreen as she went to have a drive. No, Isho Haskell is saying that's more like it. Taken for Allerton, whose effort was deflected, and Hume have a corner. A very measured and methodical start from both teams. Still 1-1. We are in this half as we left the first. Aku's turn to do some defensive due diligence as Cool lets them off the hook. They have rotated well tonight, even though they've only had 2 to exchange substitutions with QEMU and Co. It's been a very, very well-managed evening. Biradic has been one that's been warded well. As Allerton to cruise for Diaz. Allerton on the switch was Cool. Nice ball to find Diaz, who's got room to go. Cool was there for the 1-2, away from Chincotta. Daniela Diaz gets a look at Mergianos. Space almost opened up, then Mergianos stole in. And one in well, Chincotta. Returned by Mergianos. Biradic had opened up. Runners on the overlap. Allerton kept the door closed. Mergianos clipped it in behind where only De Cruz was waiting. She could not help him return. And Mergianos might have a problem. Is clutching her wrist. which is heavily strapped as Chincotta was clipped. And De Cruz gives away a free kick. And early doors for Hume in this second half. That's their third foul. So the ice just starting to get a little bit thinner beneath the Black Army's feet on a particularly frosty Friday to close out the winter in Darabin. Another Aku free kick. Another opportunity to test El Hayek. Alexia Duff to take. Duff drilled it, read by Allerton, who was ahead of Beradic with nobody further forward. Bradley to load the next wave. Chincotta with a good take. Mergianos. No way beyond Nissan, whose press was to good effect. And as a result, Bradley had to come storming through. It's a game that feels cagey. It was very closely contested. At the moment, you can feel there is a degree of nerve on both benches. A degree of perhaps pensiveness. That's a good take from Nissan, taken over by Cool, who got beyond Chincotta. Bradley had to judge that well and did. Just in the nick of time, given away to Nissan by Beradic. No way beyond Duff. Beradic with two to have a look at. Nissan and then Allerton. Who can go? Stella Nissan on the overlap. Will thump Hume back ahead. Aku made to pay for giving it away. And Hume go back to front to reinstate the lead. A wonderful 1-2 combo with Allerton and Nissan. And you wondered who it would be to land the second half's first telling blow. Hume have got themselves ahead again and back where they want to be. And Allerton with a good read. Nissan couldn't get it under. Beradic now with room. Aku wanting to reply with immediacy. Good take from De Cruz. Nissan clipped for Allerton. Mergianos ahead of De Cruz, who couldn't quite get it under. Annabelle Mergianos. Aku looking to play with some patience. Running a fine line at the moment, our QEMU's side.
Well, that 13 minutes is going to go to...
A couple of opportunities. Since they found a way back ahead for Hume. Good touch from Duff. Aku looking to create something. No way through Allerton. Who clips into the channel, looking for De Cruz, who could not quite get there. It is that time here in Melbourne tonight. We've ticked beyond 10 o'clock in the evening. So they enthralling Friday as far as the season shaping up is concerned. As De Cruz in firmly on Duff. That's Hume's fourth. They are one from the limit and a yellow card. De Cruz in the book, Hume on 4 fouls. Quick check for Isho Haskell, who had a glance and had it confirmed by Ben Howell, who is minding both benches and keeping the time tonight to close the games. De Cruz on the overlap was Allerton. Central was Nissan, who was eyeing a double. One which could have steered Hume to some breathing room. Duff was on her own and went acrobatically. Nearly something special.
Is that like an insane save?
Almost from Alexia Duff out of this world. It was Scorpion-esque, it was Henrik Mkhitaryan, it was Olivier Giroud. It was Riley McGree if you're of a local persuasion too. It had everything but the finish. Cool at the other end is denied by Bradley at the expense of a corner. We'll have one last look, why not? What an effort. Oh, it was close. It was so close. Nearly something brilliant. And perhaps brilliant is not the superlative that does it justice. A true what if. Alexia Duff was a coat of varnish the other side of the upright from a glorious goal. Joanna Call in the meantime is driving and winning a corner. Aku wanted a handball, which they will not get. We're set with depth all the way home for Hayek. Allerton couldn't get it under. Has been a very closely fought second half so far. Hume, similarly to how they did in the first half, withstood early pressure, then went ahead. Clarissa Allerton had a hand in both, scored the first, set up the second. Aku wanting a way of reply as Biradic given away to Piers Barlow. Nissan had an opportunity. Flick for Biradic once more. Cool left the leg in. Flick neatly round the corner. Turn for Biradic. Tawana Cool did well to get in. Allerton, Nissan, who had room to swivel and room to go, but only poked it errantly. And Mergianos is motoring. She was the only other option further forward, and Allerton came across to close the door. Just as Aku thought they were in, Mr. Allerton came to Hume's rescue. Mergianos again on the drive. Given away to Tuanakul. Set on for Allerton. Nissan, Allerton, Piers Barlow. Hume wanting to take the sting out of the situation. Cool, Allerton, neatly done. That's superb footwork. Space for Nissan. Allerton twisting and turning away out of trouble. Biradic came across. Biradic got a boot in. Both managers prepping changes, perhaps. Steered to where Cool could go and meet it. Recovered by Biradic, who prevented the corner. And then, retrospectively, there is a fifth foul to be given here. Hume have hit the limit. 5 fouls for them. That one certainly the most dubiously contested by the Hume bench. Isho Haskell was not best pleased about it. Suleiman Mohammed likewise was in a bit of disarray. Isho Haskell is still not fond, and Ben Howell is telling him to give it a minute perhaps. 5 fouls for Hume, who have got to walk the tightrope towards the end of the game. Midway stage of this second half, they have to be faultless in where their challenges are for 10. Otherwise, Aku will have a look. For the Black Army at the moment, it is far from tranquil. As Tawana Cool tried to tiptoe forward. Chinkota got a foot in. Set for Piers Barlow. On the switch was Allerton, who just about got through. Thread got a deflection. Chinkota in the way. Of course, stint will come to its conclusion. Nissan sauntering over to take the side ball. One more here, especially in the next minute or so, could really break this game open. As it's given away for Aku to counter. Chinkota was making a charging run. Recovered by Mergianos. Hume were just for a second in disarray defensively. Piers Barlow got a foot in. Hewitt recovered. Allerton went with height, though Mergianos was the only one waiting. Hewitt went to go and enact the press, and Annabelle Mergianos simply saw it out of play. What can QEMU's side conjure to give themselves a way to go again? Here's Barlow on for Hewitt, who had evaded one. Looking to go at Mergianos, though could not quite. Game is in a very, very cautious place. Goal either way is massive. That's given away to Piers Barlow, who telegraphed it terrifically. Anna Piers Barlow on the drive. Corner. Haku cannot quite believe it. Hume have got a corner. Hume's corner, taken by Hewitt. Tried to set for Allerton, cut out by Chincotta. Akami knocking on the door, wanting to turn the screw again. Here's Barlow behind Nissan, who was not able to get there. And Duff was making a darting run out the back. Piers Barlow flung a leg at it. Alexia Duff did well to keep it. Chincotta, Duff. To work it in behind. It's a good piece of judgment from Al Hayek, who had to get it spot on. Allerton, Piers Barlow. Get a fraction behind Hewitt. Shout from Nick Parthamos again was to keep the ball, to just calm it down. They have not abided his wishes so far in this second half at times. Giannos, Chincotta. Radic was lurking, good from Piers Barlow. Giannos, Duff, that's a delightful ball and a good read from Allerton. Otherwise, Chincotta was on her way. Bradley was wanting movement. I've not seen a lot of her this season, or this calendar year in truth. There's been plenty of time away from futsal as the New Zealand shot stopper. Radic turned into Hewitt, Allerton got a foot in. Giannos quickly for Duff, who had two, and that will be foul number 6. Hume are in excess of 5, and Aku will have a look from the spot. Caught in a sandwich is the only way to put it. And so, with 7:45, Isabella Chincotta can make this rather interesting. Opportunity from the spot to get Aku level again. Up against Lara Al Hayek, who has made a habit of penalty saves. Look to the heavens from Nick Parthamos. Chincotta takes, Al Hayek denies, and the follow-in is steered wide. Unbelievable. Biradic had a vacant net and steered it wide of the post, agonisingly so. Hume heads were in hands. There was momentary delirium at the save, panic at the follow-in, relief at its refusal to dent things further. Hume led off the hook in a massive way. That is a golden opportunity. That has gone begging. Kirimu must not believe it. Hume are still having to walk the tightrope. They've already had a wobble. Hayek equal to it. With a little bit more further fortune, things stayed in their favour. Allerton stake. Hannah. Again, Clarissa Allerton wanted to go up the line for Chincotta. Hewitt with a lovely turn, though was unable to steer it centrally. That's another really good find from Bradley for Duff, who's made a couple of enticing runs. Biradic, good challenge from Hewitt, who got it back with pace from Allerton. And Duff came through. Hewitt and Hume wanting to calm things. Got it back from Allerton. To spear it towards the back post. With far too much on it for Piers Barlow. Had a lengthy glance at the clock from Suleiman Mohammed. Time that remains for them will feel like an eternity if they are not to find breathing room. In well was Hannah, picked by Piers Barlow, who looked to tiptoe round three and was denied by a brilliant Bradley save. Now the break is on. Mergianos, Beradic, Duff at the back post. Everyone is going flying everywhere. Hewitt couldn't clear. There's a shin pad vacant. Mergianos charging forward, given away to Allerton, and now it's 3-on-2. Hannah is charging forward. Hewitt is on her own at the back post if she can find her. The late arrival was Clarissa Allerton, cut out by Chincotta. And Hume have got a corner. Isho Haskell is really not pleased about something at the moment. Hume have a corner in the meantime. Set for Allerton, who'll drill it. Bradley will get down to deny. Piers Barlow was sliding at the back post to see if she could turn it the other side. Hume are edging ever closer. Hannah's take nearly sold Allerton short, though recovered it well. Piers Barlow, Allerton. Good foot from Duff. There is frustration at how congested things are. That's a good ball from Allerton and a good take from Hannah. And firm from Chincotta. There's a real calm starting to descend on Darabin. That's a good turn from Tuana Cool. Moved on for Hannah. There's Barlow one way, Cool was on the overlap the other. Hannah fancied a drive and stung the palms of Bradley. 5 to the close of Friday night's instalment. Hume are already in this second half in excess of 5 fouls. They are holding the slenderest of leads. Chincotta was in behind, though couldn't connect. Isho Haskell, to describe him as antsy at the moment, as Cool nearly put those nerves to rest. Duff down the line, cut off by Allerton. Piers Barlow was committed to the defensive act. Again, Beradic. Chincotta. Looked to go away from Hannah, had Cool to also have a look at. Beradic clipped her effort again over the bar. Koimu wants to know how long is left. There's Allerton. That's a really good ball to find Cool, whose footwork was tidy. Unable to steer it for Diaz, read by Duff, who's got options up with her, one of whom was Chincotta, well in by Piers Barlow. Allerton unable to steer it for Diaz. Oh, it is getting tense as we are ticking towards the close. Hume holding on barely, good swivel from Piers Barlow. Now Diaz, who has been well marshalled so far this evening. Suleiman Mohammed's turn to eagerly, pensively check the time. Piers Barlow, well found. Allerton. Again Piers Barlow. There was space for Diaz. Chincotta forced Piers Barlow into the error. And now Chincotta can go. Waiting on runners. Allerton, a foot too firm. Chincotta on the slide did well. What can Aku conjure? On her own was Chincotta, in retreat was Allerton. Kuimiu's got the timeout ready. Mergianos. Can Aku find something? He is tiptoeing over Chincotta. Again for Hannibal Mergianos. Good challenge from Piers Barlow. Taken up by Diaz, who measured for Piers Barlow, encased in green, has got to be careful. Mergianos, Chincotta speared it to Honor. Cool got a shoulder. Allerton set her on her way. Piers Barlow was clever and calm, and Kui Mu stands and issues timeout. Allerton waiting on any sort of outlet. Nissan getting prep. Piers Barlow had Diaz on the switch. Piers Barlow, too much on it. Hit far forcefully, and so timeout will come for Aku with 2.5 to the close on Friday night. A massively important stint right to the end of match day. It's Hume 2, Melbourne Aku 1. Returning from timeouts in the closing stages of Friday Eve, Hume hold the slenderest of advantages over an Aku side who have given it everything. Still, these two are tightly contested. As it was on opening night, it was a closely fought contest. This one of particular intrigue at the moment, where Hume have kept their poise for the best part throughout. Have Aku got one late scare? Have they got something to go and grab? Mergianos has been good. It's given away to Tuana Cool. Nissan, good ball. Out for Piers Barlow, who again had two to contend with. Set for Allerton, who fancies a go and forced a good save out of Bradley. One, you sense, would seal it. As in fact, Bradley was adjudged not to have gotten a touch and will launch. And for the first time tonight, we will hit the railing. If ever it could pick a moment of the game, the railing rattled on the stroke of a tense final 2 minutes. Allerton, Nissan, set for Cool. No way through Chincotta. What can they find? Isho Haskell has made a very antsy character in this second half. Here's Barlow given away, one back by Allerton. Cool's touch was heavy. Mergianos looked to thread it and had just had too much on it. Hayek was patient. Allerton likewise. Clip for Cool, who can spin Mergianos and swivel back sharply with Chincotta on the line to deny her. A goal that would have sealed it. 92 seconds to the close of Friday night. Piers Barlow gave it a go. It didn't do it devilishly. A really tantamount and tantalising end to a terrific third enclosure. Duff nearly got a flick again. Has done really well to find a yard on many a time tonight. Cool. Got away from Chincotta and steered it for Stella Nissan, who couldn't get a shot away. And now Duff can break. Allerton in retreats. The touch was too heavy. Al Hayek will gather. Allerton had got up. Mergianos got a flick, has now got defensive work to do. Annabelle Mergianos. His Barlow was warding. Hume cannot foul, though the press was a good one. Into the final minute. 51 seconds for Hume to hold on, to find a third, or Aku to go and pinch something. Allerton on the drive, no way through. Chincotta on the break. Piers-Barlow with a big win. Away from Mergianos momentarily. Cool then took over. Mergianos had a lot of her. We'll give away a free kick and we'll also find a booking. 24 seconds. They are nearly there. One from here would round it out. Tuanacle, the sole one over it. To Hume have a go, or do they see the clock? It looked a set for Allerton. Piers-Barlow on the rebound. It'll fall for Call to have a drive, and she called it sweetly. It's a good save out of Bradley. 18 seconds to the close. Hume have a late corner. Set with depth for Piers-Barlow, who will have a go. Will steer it over. Mergianos is galloping forwards. Allerton got up and nearly flicked it into her own net. Head in hands moment for Hume. Late Aku corner. Mergianos with depth. Duff on the volley, couldn't connect. And they might be there. They might be there. Aku, for all their muster, for all their might, gave it a really good go, and they're going to get one more with 4 seconds. Long from Bradley, up was Duff, Allerton likewise, Nissan away, and Hume will get over the line. Just, only just. Will they find 3 points to stay level with the reigning champions heading into next week? For QEMU and Aku, crushing. There is no other way to put it. They threw everything at them and could not find the leveller. Full time in Darabin from this Friday. It's Hume 2, Aku 1, and we will see you next week. Hume hang on in the nick of time to stay level on points with Fitzroy in the title race. I've got Tuana Call here with me at the moment. Tuana, one of the new additions to this Hume side for this season. First of all, how have you settled in both to the group and to Series Futsal?
I feel like I've settled in really well. The girls have been really supportive and welcomed me in really fast, so it's been a good few weeks.
To be a part of a team that have made a strong start to the season too, Hume have had a very, very good beginning to this campaign. How easy does it make that gelling into a side and transitioning into a new team?
I feel like from the start we've had really good chemistry, even though we're a new team, so I feel like it's been really well, and our results have showed that, so yeah.
And finally, a really big game next week against Fitzroy. Two teams going in level on points. Do you think there's anything that you'll change in the week perhaps in order to prepare for a game like that?
I feel like if we keep doing what we're doing at training and in the games, I feel like we've got a good chance.
Tuana, pleasure as always to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time.